Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Heng Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Heng Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Heng Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now, with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star, they disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yong use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year, what about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing, of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yong stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then, it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing: Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the Rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the Yellow Spring Star, a big mouth appeared. Now, A tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Xueqi did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Xueqi knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Xueqi flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Xueqi was stunned. Because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Xueqi. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete, but not so harmonious. However, at this moment, the whole world was soft, without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Xueqi looked around carefully for a while and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Xueqi breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the rolling stone. Since Xueqi was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who was the master here. With a thought from Xueqi, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him! On a new island, Aoi looked at the face in the sky and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Xueqi. After all, when he drove the rolling stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Xueqi pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. a higher-level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the origin kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect master Yin Lushang had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now, there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hang Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time, he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hang Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now, it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared. And on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wu Heng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Heng. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Heng to make a move now. If Wu Heng had been so decisive in the beginning when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Voila! A vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. "You can do this?" Wu Heng was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai. Because every second he delayed here, the Hang Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai, and then return to continue the confrontation with the Hangluo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Hang came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack! The big mouth closed, and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Hang appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. This is your home, why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat. Wu Hang suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. But he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Hang stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire Great Desolate Star Territory. Although Wu Hang was the master of the Great Desolate Star Territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a star field with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast. Yang Kai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast's back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon, his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved? What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Hang did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow, in the mysterious small world, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire mysterious small world. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the mysterious small world to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the mysterious small world, as if it had been cut open. World force was something that could only be resisted by world force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng wanting to destroy the mysterious small world with this attack was naturally wishful thinking. The mysterious small world was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack, and judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Yang Kai picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly. Such a soft attack, are you trying to tickle me? Shut up! Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder, we are both masters of the star territory, This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized. Impudent! Xueqi sneered. I am impudent if you have the guts. Come and hit me. Even though he knew that Xueqi was trying to provoke him, Wu Hang could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Xueqi's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So, he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the rolling beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down and was once again swallowed by the rolling beast. Suddenly, 2 more wounds opened on its back. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Xueqi's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Hang, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Hang wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Xueqi couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Hang was the master of the Star Territory, and in this great desolate Star Territory, he could exert godlike power. Xueqi had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him, but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Hang condensed from the Star Territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. 2 figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the Star Territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Hang thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate Star Territory would be swallowed up by the starfield, and the shrinking of the starfield would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Hang still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Xueqi, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Xueqi also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation, and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Hang's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The 2 enemies had different concerns, but at this moment, they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the great desolate Star Territory. Wu Hang was in a hurry to go back to contain the Hung Luo starfields devouring and drive away the robber Xueqi. Xueqi was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Hang was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped, he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon, both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the two big stars. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Hangluo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this place was considered the intersection of the two star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Heng, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Heng and rushed back to the Hangluo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Heng was not happy but shocked. His heart sank, and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Yang Kai's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. You are really the master of the star territory, Wu Heng exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Yang Kai back. Previously, he considered that Yang Kai was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Hangluo star field without any worries. But now, it seemed that this was a very bad move. Yang Kai was really the master of the Hangluo star field. However, Wu Heng couldn't figure it out. Since he was the master of the Hangluo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star? Could it be that there were two masters of the Hangluo star field? But this was impossible. There was only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by two people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. Doppelganger. Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts had practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing this secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Hangluo star field. The darkness was like waves, spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Heng retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the Great Desolate Star had lost a large area of the starfield these days, and the Hangluo starfield's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Heng was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it, absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed and he retreated a million miles. In the darkness, Yang Kai's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run?" There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm, he's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yu Yang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yu Yang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only also. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master. Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, Wu Heng? Yes. Chapter 3187. How dare you? The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. Master, please forgive me. Wu Heng lowered his head even more. Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here. The man with the feathered crown said, You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle? Wu Heng raised his hand. Master, please look over there. The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Yang Kai's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash, he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Yang Kai was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Heng said sorrowfully, Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the great desolate star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me. The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Yang Kai became sharper as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Yang Kai's heart. Instantly, Yang Kai had a feeling of being stabbed in his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. How dare you? Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feathered crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the great desolate star, not to mention using the power of the territory of the great desolate star. The master of the grand desolation star domain was Wu Heng, but what Wu Heng couldn't do, he could easily dupe. Now, it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Heng. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Heng. Now he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How could he solve this matter? Yang Kai didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Heng was. But from the fact that Wu Heng summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Hang Luo star field with one slash, Wu Heng's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that it was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Heng carefully observed his expression and said, Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant and rude. He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, causing countless lives to be lost. Please punish him severely, Master. The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Heng's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Yang Kai return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, He would be forced to stop Kai from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the Great Desolate Star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Go back. The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Kai's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge sea, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown, but why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly, everything became clear. After calming down, Kai said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of Starfield in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Kai was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. "You're asking me?" The man with the feathered crown stared at Kai indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. "Yes," Kai frowned. "Master, please enlighten me." "You don't deserve to know." The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, but Kai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Hang had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Kai returned to his Hangluo starfield, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Kai angry. Kai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Kai's heart. He communicated with the Hangluo starfield and urged the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong. A loud noise was heard, and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. "HM?" The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. He thought it would be enough to repel Kai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Hang was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Kai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Hang was happy that Kai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Kai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time. But in the end, it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Hang almost laughed out loud. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and becoming the master of the Great Desolate Star territory. This aura. The man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned. his eyes searching the boundless darkness. "What kind of secret art do you practice?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire Great Desolate Star's territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art and didn't cultivate it himself, this secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well. Regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil, just using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't follow his words and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yang Kai's whole body shook and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hang Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword chi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yang Kai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead, he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 3188. From the moment the feathered-crowned man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of Rolling Stone arouse his interest. Yang Kai clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling Stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead. But after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Yang Kai had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on Great Desolate Star's territory, he had considered a problem. Whether the existence of Rolling Stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hang Luo Starfield for him. He was the master of Hang Luo Starfield and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hang Luo Starfield, and to some extent, the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered-crowned man, Yang Kai immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hang Luo Starfield and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of a mysterious small world was far greater than that of a star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered-crowned man show such an expression? Yang Kai stepped in front of the feathered-crowned man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry, but soon, the anger in his eyes disappeared and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Yang Kai naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hang Luo Starfield, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of Rolling Stone at a glance, but it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Yang Kai frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force." What? What do you want to exchange with me? Not bad. The man with the feathered crown nodded. This small world is of great use to me. Name your price. Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it. Xueqi shook his head and said, I'm sorry, it's also very useful to me. Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling, how could Xueqi exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Xueqi would not exchange it with this feathered-crowned man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Xueqi's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Xueqi would have said, Don't bully a poor youth. But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. Boy, you should have some self-awareness, the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Xueqi as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Xueqi's things. If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content and even hand over the star's source to you. With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Xueqi wondered what Wu Heng would think if he heard this. Xueqi shook his head. No. The man with the feathered crest said, Within 10 years, I will help you break through to the third-order emperor realm. Xueqi stared at him. What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force? Even if this man was really a great emperor, Xueqi had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors, so how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a third-order emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Xueqi grinned. I won't accept a toast or a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Xueqi could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Xueqi was only a first-order emperor realm master now, in this Hangluo starfield, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Xueqi's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Xueqi had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Xueqi to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed. You court death. If Xueqi hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so, otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Xueqi took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Xueqi instantly became vigilant as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Xueqi at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm. How is this possible? This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment, he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hangluo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hangluo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest's sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. "You actually dare to attack me?" The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. "This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me?" Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory, and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own, but if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yang Kai wanted to return to the Hangluo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yang Kai where the Star Court was. Yang Kai was able to return to the Hangluo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hangluo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the star territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the star territory of the lower star territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the star territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. "Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court." The feathered man observed Yang Kai carefully before nodding. "So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Hang was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a 3-layer Emperor Realm Lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the Masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory Master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Yang Kai and the other Star Territory Masters. Otherwise, Wu Hang, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hangluo star field. So naturally, he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. "Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world and this king may spare your life," Yang Kai resolutely shouted. "Wishful thinking. Boy, you court death." A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword. its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Yang Kai's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Schwa. With a flash of light, the sword froze in place. Yang Kai put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off and turned to dust by the invisible sword Qi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Hang would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow, but this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Hang, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air and slashed towards the feathered-crowned man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Hong. A trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant, his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered-crowned man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects. But the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tian Yen, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat. The feathered-crowned man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush, but who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Hong. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered-crowned man's eyes and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered-crowned man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered-crowned man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword Qi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword Qi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. "This is..." The feathered-crowned man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his 5 senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time great emperor's withering glory. Shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. The feathered-crowned man's expression changed slightly for the first time and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, He recognized this divine technique of the flowing time great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yong Kai's palm pressed down and the flowing time great emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Yong Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away, the feathered crowned man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered crowned man carefully sized up Yong Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, compared to the great emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered crowned man stared at Yong Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time great emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered crowned man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yong Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered crowned man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yong Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered crowned man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it, this king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yong Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered crowned man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yong Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come!" Although his long sword had been left behind by Yong Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yong Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yong Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yong Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yong Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk pang pang pang. Asterisk bloody holes appeared on Yong Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yong Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered crowned man watched this scene and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yong Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered crowned man was startled, thinking that Yong Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Yong Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered crowned man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come!" In an instant, Yong Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but a stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you!" Kai Yong roared. His voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. "You!" The feathered crowned man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle, his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yong Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. You die here. The feathered-crowned man no longer paid any attention to his long sword. Now that it had been swallowed by rolling stone, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Xueqi stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Xueqi like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Xueqi's huge head. This move of his was not fast, on the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory, but this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Xueqi felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead, he felt as if he had been struck by a bodylock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Xueqi could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Xueqi suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath! The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top-secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Xueqi opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Xueqi's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Xueqi's eyes lit up as he grinned. So you're not completely unsuppressed. He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps, it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Xueqi's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hang Luo's starfield had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy. He wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, an object appeared in Xueqi's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Xueqi grabbed the bell by its ear as if he was holding a brick and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Xueqi said, without the sword, He was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Yang Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Yang Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Kai's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Xueqi. The feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now, someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yang Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the Mountains and Rivers Bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuanding great emperors had relied on the Mountains and Rivers Bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Yuanding great emperors, the Mountains and Rivers Bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the Mountains and Rivers Bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Yang Kai who had injured him, but the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the Mountains and Rivers Bell. With this treasure, he would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the Mountains and Rivers Bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world, even though that small world looked extraordinary. Even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the Mountains and Rivers Bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the Mountains and Rivers Bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the Mountains and Rivers Bell didn't move. Kacha. The sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. You! The feathered man was shocked. Yang Kai had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine? I'm not dead yet, bastard. Yang Kai suddenly exerted force, and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Then, Yang Kai turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress!" In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react, and was directly covered by the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Yang Kai was not happy, but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Yang Kai simply threw out the Mountains and Rivers Bell and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern, but he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers' bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Yang Kai's strength and put on a serious attitude. Yang Kai had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world. Just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. F***CKU. Yang Kai responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued. Do you insist on courting death? Yang Kai laughed. Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue, but you're just showing off. The feathered man shook his head slowly, as if he expected better from Yang Kai, but his figure suddenly stopped and he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation, the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Yang Kai's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them. Not to mention Yang Kai's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Yang Kai was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Yang Kai had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured, and I have been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning, so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I will be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 3191. The void shattered, and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the 9 heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race? He shouted loudly, and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Yang Kai was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the star court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire Dragon Island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire Dragon Island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Yang Kai used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponent's. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Xueqi thought to himself, that was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Brat, answer my question. The feathered-crowned man shouted sternly. Xueqi's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head. That was a supreme title. Although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race, even the great elder Zhu Yan didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement. The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast, it sounded like a natural goal, a goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Gotcha. The sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Xueqi, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Xueqi's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Xueqi felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures, and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it, because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing that pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Xueqi's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally, it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now, it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Xueqi's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xueqi roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant, his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you?" He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race, he would still kill him. Not to mention he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Xueqi, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything, so he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant cyan palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time, the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Xueqi's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Xueqi's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Dang! A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feathered man's palm that was slamming down on Xueqi. Let's stop here. A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Xueqi's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe, with a golden phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Xueqi opened his mouth, but didn't dare to recognize her, so he stood there in a daze. The giant cyan palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed, and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty cyan light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her, and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Tao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the flower shadow great emperors was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Tao, women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Xueqi in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he could not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true after all. This is territory under your jurisdiction." The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted. "He's courting death." Xueqi was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank, and he sneered. "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it, this king won't lower himself to your level." Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now, he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it, but now that there were witnesses, he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. Hand over this king's star-slashing sword, and today's matter will be dropped. The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Xueqi. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Xueqi's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. "Brat, this king is talking to you, are you deaf?" "What did you say?" "I can't hear you." Xueqi tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Heng and even fought with me, and now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Xueqi was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Xueqi coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Xueqi deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world, so Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Xueqi was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded. Good. Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Xueqi. When their eyes met, Xueqi seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The star-splitting sword must be returned. Xueqi frowned. Can't I keep it? That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hung Luo Starfield, and this time, he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Xueqi had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand. It is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Xueqi was surprised and said excitedly, so if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble. The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star/sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished, and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." Understood. Understood. Xueqi nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty. And Xueqi, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss. I trust you. How could he not? If you really are her. All right, I'll go talk to him. Slaughter him. Xueqi sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered-crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Xueqi didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered-crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Xueqi feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two-star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Xueqi looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Xueqi's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Xueqi didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Xueqi waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Xueqi and said, "Give it to me." Xueqi naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Xueqi. Xueqi's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered-crowned man's hand. The feathered-crowned man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fists to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, He stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name, and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered-crowned man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard! You dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Yang Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Yang Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Yang Inflammation? Who is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? Be careful or I'll fall out with you." Yang Inflammation stared at him and said, "You can try turning around." Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, "Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year?" "Yes." "No wonder." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Yang Inflammation handed Lin Yun over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not have not seen Yang Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, "Since you are in the Star Boundary, why didn't you come to find me?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously, "Are you my son? Why should I look for you?" Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous. Yang Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. "But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present. Just now, that grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction?" It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence, just like light and darkness. Yang Inflammation patted her chest and said, "Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you are also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen and this queen will guide you." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. "What did you do to my Yang Inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my Yang Inflammation." The Yang Inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant, her hair was messed up. Yang Inflammation glared at him and said, "Take your dog's paw away." Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, "Forget it, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name." Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, At least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed and he said, "Can I have that star-slashing sword?" Young Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, "Wishful thinking. That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master, who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself." Ha ha ha. Yong Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, "Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction?" Young Inflammation spread her hands and said, "Nothing. I refuse." Yong Kai said resolutely, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court is generally deprived of the qualification." Yong Kai clenched his fist and said, "You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you?" Young Inflammation squinted at him and said, "Do you think you are in a brothel? Bullying your customers? You can be unrestrained if you want." "How?" Yong Kai's eyes lit up. "Become great emperors." Yong Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. "What did you say?" Young Inflammation stared at him. "Nothing." Yong Kai sniffed and said righteously, "Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good. Hey, my consciousness is really high." Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Young Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yong Kai would not have been so happy. Young Inflammation looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do to this Star Territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court?" "What can I do?" Young Inflammation smiled. "Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this Star Territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star." At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yong Kai quickly changed the topic. "I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this Star Territory?" "Not really. It's just a coincidence." Although she was in charge of the Hangluo Starfield, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time? However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hangluo Starfield. Then, she discovered the existence of Yong Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yong Kai. However, she always felt that Yong Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yong Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent? When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yong Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yong Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yong Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Young Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. "You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy." He took the star-slashing sword. "Isn't this going too easy on him?" "That guy, his name." She had watched the battle between Yong Kai and the feathered-crowned man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. "One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name, when he is on the verge of death," Kai Yong said firmly. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Young Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yong Kai had such hatred. At least he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on. Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. That's it. Yang Inflammation said with anger. Then what do you want? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're not Yang Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past, he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yun pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed starfield would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hangluo star field. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hangluo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, I will destroy your cultivation. Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. You dare? How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? You have to agree even if you don't want to. Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path. You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go, or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me. Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. Crazy woman. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down. Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down. Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger. Yang Kai was speechless. And, listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist. Really? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Then tell me. Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, you said the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. That's right. I do know the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it. Chapter 3194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then, he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yan listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yan suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yes, Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yan really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world. So naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wu Kong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps, there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yan looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yan was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the Great Desolate Star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So, if Yang Yan really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yan laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yan pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you. Yang Yan warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something." "What?" "What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing, it's just that. He's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yan nodded. Like you? Yang Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3195. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened, and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered-crested man was like this, Yang Yan was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now, this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yen Yen smiled. But most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her, many people had reached this point in the flowing time Great Emperor, but because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long. So naturally, there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future? Yang Yen Yen was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai said solemnly. There will be a day. His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yen Yen. He smiled and said, You can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, That would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there is another way. Yang Yen Yun saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. What is it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Crush a stone in the bottle, and the position will naturally be empty. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing. That's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future. Yang Yen Yen looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai laughed. I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly. But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Tao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, for great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yen Yun didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yen Yun said, Well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yen Yun glanced at him with disgust. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw. Yang Kai said, Let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look. Elder Yi misses you very much. Yi Shi Yun and Yang Yen Yun had a deep relationship. Otherwise, she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yen. I won't go. You are now the master of Star Territory. There's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that? Move the entire star boundary? Yang Yen Yun was slightly surprised. Is that not possible? Yang Yen Yun frowned. Isn't that a bit too many people? Not too many, just a few tens of thousands. Just a few. Yang Yen Yun looked at him angrily. Only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory, but now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of a star territory and you are the star envoy, I demand the welfare of Hung Luo Starfield. Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hung Luo Starfield's human resources. Haha, that's your business. Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, he suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now, she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right?" "Of course, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Yan-yun slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, "Boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished." "Understood, understood." Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. "Good, then that's it, I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you, otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of Master of a Star Territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this Star Territory position." Yang Yan-yun looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered, "Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude." Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, "Farewell, master." Yang Yan-yun showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered crested man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yan-yun became one with the sword and shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time." The light disappeared, and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is." However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing and now he was the master of a star territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the great emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just, who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yan-yun saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the Star Territory's source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, "Bastard Wu Heng, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Hang Luo starfield again, don't blame this young master for being impolite." In the starfield of the great desolate star territory, Wu Heng stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his qi and blood rushed to his heart and he coughed up blood. This time, he had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Hang Luo starfield to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end, things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his starfield, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party and he lost several cultivation stars. The starfield was swallowed up and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great desolate star territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Heng felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him, so what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Heng didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Yang Kai was already riding Rolling Thunder back towards Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Yang Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Young Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him, making Yang Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food, while he returned to High Heaven's Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven's Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Xueqi were gathered together, chatting happily. Yang Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed, and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." Chapter 3196. The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Yang Kai. Xiaoning Chong stood up excitedly. "Junior brother." "HM?" Shanqing Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xiaoning Chang's arm and pressed her to sit down. Xiaoning Chong immediately looked at Yang Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yan and Xueqi also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xiaoning Chong, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Yang Kai's eyes widened. "What's going on?" Lu Yan was sitting next to Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yan raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Yang Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Yang Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kai Yang also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe, and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Yang Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Yang Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Yang Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Yang Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Yang Kai at all. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out. Yang Kai loosened his hand and the little girl's body. Yang Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks, and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Yang Kai's back, of him. Kai Yang raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shanqing Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be?" "Naturally, she's our child." Yang Kai was surprised. "Our child?" He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shanqing Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. "Our family has a child?" Yang Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down, or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick, but how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, it didn't make sense for her to be so young. Xueqi Luo said faintly, she just turned 5 years old. 5 years old. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and Yang intertwined, the great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out of a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Xueqi Luo's smug expression. Even Xueqi's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xia Chong looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Xueqi Luo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little senior sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon lady Xueqi Luo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together, and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate." "I know, you're my little sister?" He was the master of Shadowed Star, and although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, it was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. "I actually have a little sister." Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter. But he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. "My father is really old but strong." Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great aunt. You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suzhu, and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be an existence akin to an emperor. Let alone being hit, she had never lost a single hair, so today, she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm your big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yan didn't move, Xueqi pretended not to see anything. Xueqi Luo watched with interest, and only Xia Chong still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xia Chong had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xia Chong curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time, she was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xia Chong had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. "At least you know how to judge the situation." Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head a few times. "This is the first thing your big brother taught you, endure. Those who go too far will break easily, Do you understand? The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, since you're still not convinced, how about this if I call out your name, you call me Big Brother, how about it? The little girl said angrily, you say it. She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, Yang Xue. How did you know? Yang Xue's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. Just tell me, am I right? Yang Kai asked. Yang Xue put down her hands and said dejectedly, yes. Yang Kai said. Then what are you going to do? Yang Xue pouted, turned her head to the side, and said unwillingly, Big Brother. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise. Yang Xue looked thoughtful. Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days. While speaking, he winked at Lu Yen. Lu Yen stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Xue's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Xue took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Xue looked back a few times. They look like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Xue was only 5 years old, and Lu Yen was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together, they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned. Who just said that she gave birth to little Xue'er? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Su Yan got up and was about to leave. I remember. I also have something to do. Xueqi said with a flustered expression. Xia Ningchang's cheeks flushed red, and she said softly, my Dan. Only Shanqing Luo did not move, and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. Chapter 3197. You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze. Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word, he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? Bah! Shanqing Luo spat. So what if I was? Yang Kai nodded. Very good. It seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Shanqing Luo snorted. You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not. As he spoke, he walked over to Xueqi and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Xueqi's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. Do you still remember the promise from that year? Xueqi looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. What promise from that year? Yang Kai smiled. You said it, as long as I can restore Ning Chong to her original state. Don't say it, don't say it. Xueqi was anxious. That day, she was also worried about Xia Ning Chong, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai. Who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned? What promise? Xia Ning Chong asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, Xueqi said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you. He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air. His face filled with sincerity. Ah! Xia Ning Chong was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, How? How can you do this? Shanqing Luo glanced sideways at Xueqi and clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't expect little sister you to be so bold. But it's a good idea. Shanqing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. You also think it's a good idea? Yang Kai turned to look at Shanqing Luo's eyes. Naturally. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. Asterisk pa asterisk Yang Kai snapped his fingers and Shanqing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Xueyu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear. Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister Yu, how do you think I should punish you? Xueyu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out. Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree. Yang Kai laughed. It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Xueyu here. Saying so, he hugged Xianing Chong in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shanqing Luo reached out and grabbed Xueyu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xianing Chong closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Xueyu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood. Luo, take care of her. Yang Kai pointed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult, so how could she resist? Being stared at by Shanqing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suzhu, but fortunately, with little Xueqi accompanying them, the 2 old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Xueqi seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Starfield that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Starfield that Yang Kai's position in Yang Xue's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xianing Chong and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shi-yun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shi-yun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice. Not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher-level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would only reach the Origin King realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Yang Kai wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low, once they went to High Heaven Palace, as long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory had brought disaster to Hang Luo Starfield, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time, all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai brought Su Yan to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, He obtained huge benefits by relying on his Star Master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yan and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become Star Masters before leaving. Xia Ningchang was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble, but Su Yan, Shan Qingluo, and Xueqi had not refined star sources yet. Although Yang Kai had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the shattered star sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the 3 women to refine. Shan Qingluo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Xueqi was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yan, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yan was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Yang Kai chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow-white, and looking at it from the void, it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Yang Kai had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, it had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures. Ice spirits. The Ice Spirit clan was extremely rare and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning, the Ice Spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit, they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt, their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintained the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament, and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value. Not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on this star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. Chapter 3198. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well-deserved. When Yang Kai and Su Yan arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth, and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Yang Kai and Su Yan, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold, and not many people could stay here for long, but Yang Kai's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Su Yan, on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy, as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, She clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art and had obtained the Ice Phoenix source inheritance. So this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Yongkai summoned his embodiment and asked it to lead the way while he led Xueqi all the way down into the Earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star's source. The Stone Mongoose clan's Earth attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the Earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Yongkai to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the origin king realm could come here to explore. However, the most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order origin king. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly, as if it had a mind of its own. Essence. Xueqi turned to look at Yongkai and asked. Yongkai looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake. Xueqi was startled. It's fake. Yongkai said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star, but a trap. With a snap, Yongkai snapped his fingers, and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Xueqi's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Xueqi's attention had been completely focused on the essence, and she had not noticed them before. These. Xueqi frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Xueqi looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Yongkai said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully, without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died, they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Xueqi immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Xueqi's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yongkai shook his head. Then where is it? Xueqi asked. Yongkai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, "Over here." At that moment, he clearly felt that there was a will spying on them. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yongkai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move, but Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yongkai suddenly remembered the Tongxian realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Tongxian realm's world energy was exhausted and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Tongxian realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xiaoning Chong and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Tongxian realm. In Tongxian realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Su Yan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Su Yan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Yang Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky, and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped, and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of a star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of a star. The will seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Yang Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Yang Kai and Su Yan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Su Yan was stunned. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Master seems to be very hospitable, let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew towards the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Guests have come to visit, prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans, but if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure ice spirit clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice just now was a supreme existence in the Ice Spirit clan. She was the foundation of the Ice Spirit clan's birth, the Ice God. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the Ice God actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since when did the Ice Spirit clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the Ice God who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure, not only physically, but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the Ice God's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realms seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Yang Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Yang Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the Ice God?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." "Ice God." Yang Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. Chapter 3199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male Ice Spirit looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Su Yen. "She is." "We came together." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here." The male Ice Spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. "Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave." He was now the master of the Star Territory and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction, yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male Ice Spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the Ice God would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yen patted Yang Kai's hand before looking at the male Ice Spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male Ice Spirit nodded but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yen. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yen took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. "Good." Su Yen opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain: the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yen raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed, their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yen. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock, he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough." Su Yen put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Su Yen glanced over at Yang Kai and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then, she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Su Yen pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Su Yen just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the Star Territory, since he had brought Su Yen here to refine the Ice Soul Source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the Ice Soul Source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the Ice Soul Source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Ice Spirit, the Ice Soul Source, probably wouldn't expect that Su Yen was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, so the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male ice spirit's ice bag and said, "Let me try it too." The male ice spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No." Su Yen had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. "Stingy." Yang Kai curled his lips. The male ice spirit said, "You'll die if you drink it." Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it." "You'll really die." The male ice spirit said seriously, "Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you." "Enough nonsense. Give it to me." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Su Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yang Kai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yang Kai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed. Refreshing. He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Su Yan just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine, but Yang Kai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly, he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Bring out whatever delicious food you have." The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag, and after a long time, waved his hand. A moment later, on the platform, an ice table was set up. Yang Kai sat at the table, which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before, as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yang Kai was a little tipsy and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Su Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor qi and immediately sobering up. "How is it?" Zhang. With a flash of cold light, Su Yan pulled out her sword. "It's done." Profound Frost Divine Sword? Yang Kai raised his brow. This Profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Su Yan from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Dao Source Realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yang Kai had been thinking about asking Hou Yu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Su Yan did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Dao Source-grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small words. "Ice Soul." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Did you refine it into an artifact spirit?" Su Yan shook her head. "It chose itself." Inside the Ice Palace, Su Yan and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Su Yan took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul Star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Yang Kai could not say whether Su Yan's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Su Yan had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. "What's wrong with them?" Su Yan asked curiously. When she came over just now, She saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Ah! Yongkai burped. I ate and drank a little of their stuff, they're so stingy. Su Yan swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect. Smiling, you ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha, it seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Yongkai patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation. Even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Yongkai's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire, and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world. I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yongkai and said, before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Yongkai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yan, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Chapter 3200. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered, as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with two horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden, the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead, so the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Hong. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander, equivalent to a Dao Source realm cultivator, but this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second-order or third-order Emperor realm master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Yongkai felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to star territory for more than 10 years, Yongkai had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of star territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, the shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, He had already accumulated a lot of First-Order Emperor realm strength, so as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Xueqi swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Su Yan, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void, and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the Starfield Master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hang Luo Starfield had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hang Luo Starfield and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hang Luo Starfield wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Xueqi couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from star territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Xueqi's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Xueqi vigilantly. Is this the ancient wildlands? Xueqi looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Xueqi's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated, yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wildlands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Xueqi grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Xueqi raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Xueqi attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Xueqi couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah! The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the Old Dog Master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Xueqi with wide eyes. You. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Xueqi even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Tian Xing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Xueqi's features. Now that Xueqi had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right. The double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me? Xueqi asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years. The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the blood door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the blood door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tianxing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yangkai was the key. If not for this, how could the three masters Shi Lei, Ying Fei, and Xie Wuwei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 monster king in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 monster kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerable's strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 monster kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 monster kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." "Yes, yes, yes," the double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Wanfeng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." "Debt? What debt?" The double-horned monster commander was confused. "Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go." Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Wanfeng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance, and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the ancient desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful, and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits. Chapter 3201. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue 1 or 2 wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times. so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time Great Emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground, and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Xueqi, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Xueqi grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race people who lived in the ancient lands had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Xueqi was different. Xueqi had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Xueqi's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Xueqi vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Xueqi arrived, the wood spirit sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Xueqi walked up to him, put his hand on his chest, and bowed. "Elder." Then he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief. Distinguished guest. We meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief, Mu-Na, plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Xueqi looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Mu-Na would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity." "Then, I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment, some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky, and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from Stone 1 to Stone 8, but Xueqi couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone, who was Xiao, but he had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now, Xueqi had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yongkai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yongkai drunk. Yongkai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yongkai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night, he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you." "I'll go now. Thank you." Yongkai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yongkai thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs, they themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yongkai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another treehouse. After saluting, he sat down. Yongkai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how Ninth Stone is doing now." Yongkai smiled. With Ruashi looking after him, elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace were countless holy spirit essences that were obtained by Tian Xing in the past. Xiao Xiao went in with Ruashi to inherit Tai Yu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Tai Yu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, holy spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between holy spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Xueqi, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Tai Yu's ranking among the holy spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Qilin and Xueqi. Therefore, Yongkai was looking forward to seeing what Xiao Xiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something, what is it?" "It's like this. I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." "Connecting to the Northern Territory?" The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Muna flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yongkai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my Wood Spirit clan and the Stone Mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future." "I cannot agree." Whether it was the Stone Mongoose or the Wood Spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Yongkai solemnly said, "Patriarch, don't worry. I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array." The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Yongkai wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. "How can you guarantee this?" Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yongkai said, "Since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them. There is no need to hold back." Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. "If you can guarantee this, then it's fine." "Many thanks, elder." Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. Where do you want to arrange the space array? Xiao Zhao's treehouse. Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. That's fine, if you need any help, just let me know. Good, then I'll be going now. Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Come find me when you're done. I have something to say to you, Muna suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luan Feng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 saint sovereigns of the savage wildland, the West Saint Sovereign Song Go. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luan Feng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Sit down. You're making me dizzy." Songo stopped and looked at Luan Feng with grief and indignation. Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again? Luan Feng said weakly, You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace. Yes, High Heaven Palace. Songo clapped his hands. I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory? Songo had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Luan Feng said indifferently. He said that he's here to settle accounts with Meve. Settle accounts? What accounts? Songo stared at her. Luan Feng lowered her eyes. Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense. Songo looked at her suspiciously. Are you hiding something from us? Luan Feng said. What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right? Songo sneered. I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here. Songo couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified saint masters of the ancient wild lands, but now, they had to guard against a mere first-order emperor realm master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tianxing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the Blood Gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Tianxing. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 Monster Kings still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wuwei to work for Yang Kai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The 3 holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Tianxing, Their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the three holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luan Feng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the three holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luan Feng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good, the Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luan Feng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luan Feng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster. But she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland and the other 2 saint seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs. They aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him or... The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Xueqi was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Xueqi's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here. The Luan Feng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the 2. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luan Feng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luan Feng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponent's. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by, good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Luan Feng shook her head. I don't know. I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not. The Luan Feng frowned. The Luan Feng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, that's good. Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Songgu looked at the Luan Feng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luan Feng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ku said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ku shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Yang Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the three Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the three Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luan Feng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Yang Kai looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of Star Territory, using the entire Star Territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Yang Kai didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Yang Kai didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty, in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 3203. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hands slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes, his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes, his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes, his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Luan Feng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Songgo suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luan Feng turned to look at him. Songgo frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just, be careful." His expression suddenly changed and he shouted while pointing behind Luan Feng. Luan Feng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Luan Feng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the three Saint Venerates. The three of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The three Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow, they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the three of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The three of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the three of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Song Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Yang Kai had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today, someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Song Dog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Xueqi. Where is he? Luan Feng was annoyed, and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Luan Feng couldn't understand why Yang Kai had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word. His face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting "Open!" Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good, this place is about to collapse. He had the Heavenly Eye divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his Heavenly Eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, it was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Song Dog and Luan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a walla sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The Azure Dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall and followed closely behind the Luan Feng. Fan Hua relied on the Heavenly Eye divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the 3 of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Luan Feng and Song Dog transformed back into their human forms, looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down and the black holes slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. What's going on? Song Dog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. A show of strength? Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tian Xing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, what was a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time, he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances, so being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Song Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke, he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized, in other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tian Xing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Greetings, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite. We also came uninvited." Song Dog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor Realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Song Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Song Dog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together, he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. "Saint Master is too polite." Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. "This time, we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right." Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Luan Feng, so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then, he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Mu Na clapped her hands, and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the Wood Spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today, we will have a good meal. Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang." Chapter 3204. Fan Ku had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ku asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for?" "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by, haha." Fan Hu chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory. But this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hang Luo star field by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hu's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hu allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? "Does Brother Fan have something to say?" Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Luan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hu firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with them sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of Monster King subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other 2 Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their Monster King subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The 3 Saint Sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yang Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table and gently pushing them in front of Yang Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yang Kai looked at the space rings, then at the 3 Saint Sovereigns, blinking and asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, "Little brother Yang's High Heaven Palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The 3 of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that little brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the 3 of us to your noble sect." What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the 2-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. 2 of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng, and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him, he would rather avoid him. In that case, It could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng. It had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Cong Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally, he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just one, but 3 people had come together. How strange, in this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in the space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion, and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The 3rd space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first 3 were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time, Fan Ku and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Tian Xing awakened their bloodline, causing the 3 Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time, they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked, they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals. Which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation? There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xianing Chong in Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heaven spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Huaqing Sea, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established, in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the 3 Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fan Ke laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang, you can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Songgo also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little Brother Yang, don't refuse. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case. Yang Kai smiled like a flower, but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, "Then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha 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 ha." Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Xueqi blurted out, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think?" Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luan Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Song Go also raised their eyebrows. Mu Na, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Xueqi with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Xueqi had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. Chapter 3205. If they agreed at this moment, the 3 holy masters would be the ones to suffer losses. Since they were already brothers and sisters, how could they not help the High Heaven Palace? He definitely had to send a dozen or so demon kings over to help his 4th brother hold down the fort. This was what they were worried about the most. They couldn't avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to help? The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Xueqi observed their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He snorted inwardly, thinking that in this world, strength was the most important thing. These 3 were probably looking down on him. Otherwise, why would they look so embarrassed? He just said it casually. He didn't really mean it. He just wanted the rich resources in the ancient lands. If they didn't want it, why would he force them? A forceful melon won't be sweet. Besides, Xueqi didn't think he was worse than these 3. He had killed many people in the Dragon Island. How could he put these 3 holy spirits who were much weaker than the dragon race in his eyes? He laughed and said, "I'm just kidding. You don't need to mind it." Fan Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Little brother Yang is really a wonderful person. Come, let this fan offer you another toast." Saying so, he winked at the Luan Feng and Song Dog. After a few glasses of wine, the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. When it was evening, the sky was bright. Fan Ku and the other 2 stood up and said goodbye. Xueqi said warmly, "Let me see you off." No need, Fan Ku hurriedly said. "We'll do as we please. Little brother Yang, you should rest." They didn't want him to walk around the ancient lands. How could they let him see them off? Then, okay. Xueqi nodded and cupped his fists. "Then, I'll leave you alone." "We won't leave you alone. Little brother Yang, please stay." Fan Ku smiled and said goodbye to the elders and Mu Na. Then, he flew up into the sky with Luan Feng and Song Go. Xueqi waved his hand warmly. "Little brother will remember your kindness today. I will visit you again to express my gratitude. Farewell." Fan Ku and the other 2, who were about to turn around and leave, staggered and almost fell from the sky. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Fan Hua took a few deep breaths while Luan Feng turned around and glared at Xueqi. The 3 figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. Xueqi stood in place, frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, really strange. Mu Na laughed again. The elder also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai turned around and looked at them. Elder Patriarch, what do you think these three are up to today? Why did they come here to give me something? Yang Kai, Tsang Go, Tsang Go and Fan Tsang Yang. Even if he had Zhang Ruoshi behind him, they wouldn't act like this. Yang little Tsang Heavens Tsang Mu Na was also speechless. Fan Ku and the others' intentions and actions today were like lice on top of her head. It was obvious, but Yang Kai was completely confused and even said something like swearing to become sworn brothers. Wasn't this just forcing him to a dead end? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me, Patriarch. How did you survive until now?" Mu Na looked at him in surprise. The elder smiled and said, "He can't be blamed for being stupid. I'm afraid he doesn't know the inside story." Mu Na thought for a moment and said, "That's right. All right, kid, I'll tell you what's going on with them today." After listening to Mu Na's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He pointed at himself and said, "Are they afraid that I'll kidnap the Monster King?" Mu Na said, "The Monster King's cultivation is almost at the peak. If they want to go further, they can only think about the blood door. You are the only one who can talk to the descendants of Tianxing Shizhou, was able to enter the blood door because of you. With this precedent, you should understand what kind of position you have in the hearts of the Monster Kings, right?" Yang Kai was still a little stunned. Although I knew about this, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact. Flying Eagle, Rhino Lei, and Xia Wu Wei were the three Monster Kings who were on duty under him. When Yang Kai brought them out of the ancient lands, it was just to borrow their power. After the matter was settled, when Yang Kai wanted to send them back, the three Monster Kings were very unwilling. When they found out that the space array was destroyed and they could continue to stay in the High Heaven Palace, the three of them were even happier. It wasn't that they forgot their roots. It was just that people wanted to go higher, and water wanted to flow lower. The Monster Kings were the same. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, if I raise my arms in the ancient lands, won't I be able to take away all the Monster Kings?" "Probably." Yang Kai said, "If I ask them to help me destroy Fan Ku and the others." Wishful thinking. Mu Na looked at him with disdain. The three holy sages have ruled the ancient lands for a long time. Under their power, which Monster King has the guts to confront them directly? In order to enter the blood door, they may be willing to follow you and listen to your orders. But if you dare to ask them to deal with Fan Ku, Luan Feng, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied. Kai Yang chuckled and said, "I'm just saying." His expression brightened, and he said, "It seems that I still have to go to the ancient lands more often in the future." As long as he came, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to spread the news, and Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Song Gu would probably give him some benefits to send him away. Of course, this kind of thing could be done twice, but not thrice. The holy spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were really provoked, it wouldn't be good for them. In any case, Yang Kai was in a good mood after understanding the whole story. Although he couldn't treat the ancient lands as the High Heaven Palace's back garden, he might be able to form a cooperative relationship with the three holy sages in the future. A mutually beneficial relationship would be stable for a long time. The ancient lands produced a lot of resources, and the High Heaven Palace could use some pills to exchange with them. The monster race didn't have anyone who could refine pills, but it didn't mean that they couldn't consume pills. On the contrary, the pills refined by humans were rare goods in the monster race. Even if they were sold 10 or 20 times the price, they might not be able to meet the demand. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would cooperate with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and cooperate with the savage desolate ancient land in the Eastern Territory. As long as they could earn a certain amount of profit, the High Heaven Palace would never have to worry about the cultivation resources of their disciples. Moreover, this was a unique business. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't be able to copy it. After all, they didn't have a space array that could cross territory. He already had a vague idea in his heart. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he might be able to ask Hua Qingxi to come up with a feasible plan. "By the way, Patriarch, you said you had something to say to me. May I know what it is?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. "Come with me." Mu Na's expression became serious as she turned and flew into the tree hole. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only follow closely behind. Inside the tree hole, Mu Na turned around and faced him. After Yongkai walked in, she raised her hand and the tree hole suddenly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yongkai was suspicious, but he also knew that Mu Na wouldn't harm him. It was publicly known that the Wood Spirit clan didn't like fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Na suddenly flew towards him and said, "Close your eyes." Yongkai obediently did as he was told. Then, a very natural fragrance wafted into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhale a few more times. Speaking of which, Mu Na was also a heavenly beauty. It was just that the limitations of the Wood Spirit clan meant that she was only the size of a palm. If she were to be enlarged to the size of a normal human, she would definitely be an existence that could topple all living beings. The aura on her body was very pleasant, and Yongkai's heart suddenly became tranquil, as if he had entered into an ethereal state of nature. After a short while, a strange sound traveled into Yongkai's ears. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yongkai's face. This was because he could feel that Mu Na seemed to be circling around him, sniffing at something incessantly. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Yongkai stealthily opened his eyes and asked. If it were a normal woman acting like this, Yongkai would definitely think that she was trying to seduce him, but Mu Na clearly wasn't. Was there some kind of special aura on his body? Otherwise, what was she sniffing at? There was no response. Mu Na continued to descend and finally stopped at Yongkai's dantian tree. After sniffing a few times, a look of shock appeared on her face and she covered her red lips with her hand. The tree hole was silent. Yongkai waited for a while before asking, "Can I open my eyes now?" Yongkai opened his eyes, only to see Mu Na frowning, a look of embarrassment on her face. Today's events were really strange. First, Fan Hua and the others took the initiative to deliver gifts, and now, he was being pulled into the tree hole by the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch for a round of sniffing. "Do you know what our Wood Spirit clan is best at?" Mu Na suddenly asked. "Cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits, brewing fine wine." "That's right, we're also quite good at singing and dancing," Yongkai answered without even thinking. Mu Na face-bombed. "So this is what our Wood Spirit clan looks like in your eyes?" Yongkai asked in surprise, "Isn't it?" Mu Na smiled bitterly. "Of course not. The reason we're good at cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits is because we're born with the ability to communicate with plants. I'm sure you've heard that in ancient times, our Wood Spirit clan was the steward of those powerful beings' medicine gardens." Yongkai nodded firmly. This is the Wood Spirit clan's innate divine technique. In this world, any plant can be used to its fullest potential in our hands because we're familiar with the habits of those plants. This is something that no other race can compare to. Yongkai put on a look of sudden realization, but he had no idea what Mu Na was trying to say. It's because of this innate divine technique that our Wood Spirit clan can sense the existence of some very unique plants. Mu Na stared at Yongkai with a burning gaze. "Do you have any particularly precious plants on you? For example, flowers, grass, trees?" Yongkai's eyelids twitched as he asked seriously, "Why do you say that?" He really did have some particularly precious plants on him. He even wondered if Mu Na already knew something. Mu Na said, "Don't be nervous. I only know because I smelled something." She paused for a moment before saying, "Actually, I already sensed it when you came last time, but I wasn't too sure of." "Are you sure now?" "Yes." Mu Na nodded. "Can you tell me what it is?" Chapter 3206. "Patriarch, you can't smell it?" Yongkai asked instead of answering. Mu Na glanced at him helplessly, knowing that he had some misgivings, so she said, "Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a strange tree called song. It was gold and silver, and it fused together to seal all things. Am I right?" Yongkai's eyes widened, and he almost gave her a thumbs up. She could even smell it? This was simply amazing. The Wood Spirit clan was indeed a clan that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. He had sealed the pure ancient demonic chi in the dantian by relying on the tsong tree's gold and silver sealing power, so it was natural that some of its aura would leak out. Others did not have the innate talent of the Wood Spirit clan, so they naturally could not sense it. But in front of the Wood Spirit clan, especially the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, This weak aura was as bright and dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Mu Na observed his expression, so how could she not know that she had guessed correctly? She was immediately shocked. You actually have a tsang tree? Yang Kai chuckled. I got it by chance. Mu Na said enviously, your luck is really good. She frowned. But there seems to be another kind of aura on your body. That aura. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not a big deal that Mu Na could smell the aura of the tsang tree. Although the tsang tree was a legend, it only had the power to seal. Yang Kai was only using it to seal the Dantian's ancient demonic qi, so even if news of it spread, it would not be a big deal. There were many ways to seal the world, and he was not weak now, so no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him for the sake of the tsang tree. However, the other tree was different. If news of its existence were to spread, the entire star boundary would be turned upside down. That represented the mystery of immortality. Immortality was so tempting that even the great emperors could not guarantee their own immortality. However, it was rumored that if one could refine that thing, they would be able to comprehend the mystery of immortality and live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brilliantly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai's heart jumped to his throat. Mu Na was simply too strange. He was really afraid that she would spit out the words immortal tree. If that was the case, he really didn't know what to do. If it were anyone else, Yang Kai would have simply silenced them. But Mu Na didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, their relationship was quite good, and the wood spirits didn't hesitate to fight against each other. Against such an existence, how could Yang Kai be so cruel? If he really did that, he would not only offend the wood spirit tribe, but also the stone mongoose tribe. Fortunately, Mu Na hesitated for a long time before shaking her head and saying, I don't know what that aura is either. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. To think that there are plants in this world that our wood spirit race doesn't know about. Sure enough, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, Patriarch, you must have smelled it wrong. Impossible. Mu Na shook her head decisively. She didn't notice Yang Kai's anxiety at all. She looked up and said excitedly, Leave it to me. Her pair of beautiful eyes actually blossomed with a divine light. She seemed extremely excited. What? Yang Kai was stunned. Mu Na said, I said, leave the ash tree and that thing to me. What kind of joke is this? Yang Kai was furious. He originally had a good impression of Mu Na, so her sudden words immediately made Yang Kai unhappy. He couldn't hand over the ash tree. He was still hoping to use the gold and silver powers to seal the demonic qi. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Mu Na hurriedly said, I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated. Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, There's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. Sensing the coldness in his words, Mu Na suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Mu Na. Mu Na still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Mu Na pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiao Zhao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention. The elder nodded and said, Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Mu Na who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Muna suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Kai turned around and asked, "Is there something else, elder?" The elder said with some embarrassment, "It's not me, it's Patriarch Muna." Kai interrupted, "I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again." Muna said angrily, "Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you?" Kai frowned and said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that I won't exchange those two things. They are very useful to me." "If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you," Muna snorted, clearly angry. Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme, so he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Patriarch. In any case, I can't give you those two things." Muna gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily. "Can you take care of them?" Kai shrugged. "I didn't let them wither away anyway." Muna was furious and turned her head, looking like she wasn't willing to talk to him. The elder said, "Both of you, calm down, calm down." Kai said, "I'm very calm, it's Patriarch who won't let go. Elder should persuade her." The elder chuckled and said, "Do you know why a moth flies into a flame?" "Because it's stupid?" Kai replied casually. The elder's eyes twitched. "It's because of nature. Nature is a very strange thing. Take us stone mongoose race as an example. We can't help but want to devour some rare minerals. For you humans, if you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but take a few more glances at her, just like how a moth flies into a flame when it sees one. This is all part of nature. Wolves roam the world for meat, and dogs travel thousands of miles." The elder's eyes twitched even more. "That's the truth, and for the wood spirit race, the rarer the plant, the more likely it is for them to take care of it." After circling around for so long, they were back to square one. Kai was about to speak when the elder cut him off. "Although I don't know what the Patriarch wants from you, it must be something extremely precious and difficult to part with. It can't even be made public." Kai nodded and said, "I hope you two can forgive me." The elder smiled, "Since it's difficult to part with it, then we won't part with it. The Patriarch has a suggestion. I hope you can listen to it patiently." "What suggestion?" Kai looked at Muna curiously. As long as she didn't mention the previous matter, Kai was willing to listen more. The wood spirit race's innate talents allowed them to understand the characteristics of various plants like the back of their hand. Perhaps he could even consult them on how to take care of the firmament tree and help the sealing power grow faster. Muna turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at him, but she still said, "I'll send 2 clansmen to take care of those 2 things for you." Kai's eyes widened. Send 2 clansmen? Kai quickly calculated in his mind. He had a medicine garden in his mysterious small world, and there were countless rare flowers and grasses in this medicine garden, as well as the firmament tree and the immortal tree. However, he had only planted them casually and had never taken care of them. Fortunately, there were heavy earth and earth vein beads in his medicine garden. Otherwise, many of the spirit flowers and grasses would have withered. If he had 2 patriarchs of the wood spirit race to take care of the medicine garden for him, not only would he not have to worry about it, but the herbs in his medicine garden would also be taken care of very well. In this world, there was no one more suitable for this than the wood spirit. In ancient times, they were born to take care of medicine gardens. If one could obtain a wood spirit, not only would they not have to worry about the medicine garden, but they would also be able to harvest 3 times more than others. Startled, Kai asked, "Is that true? Do I look like I'm joking?" Muna snapped. Kai rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. "How could I accept this? This is really... Aya." He was a little incoherent. To be honest, he had also thought about taking these 2 wood spirits away. Such a rare race, if he didn't keep them in the medicine garden, it would be a waste to leave them here. The High Heaven Palace would definitely have its own medicine garden in the future, and with the current scale of the High Heaven Palace, the medicine garden would definitely not be small, so it would be best if there were wood spirits to take care of it. Muna turned to look at him with a look of disdain. This brat had just been giving her a hard time, and now he had suddenly changed his attitude. How hateful! Why hadn't she seen through him before? Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, "What conditions does the Patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those 2 things." "What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have?" Muna said angrily. Kai was stunned. "Could it be that I'm giving them away for free?" The elder chuckled. Didn't the patriarch just say the conditions? Have 2 of our clansmen take care of those 2 things. That counts as a condition? Xueqi was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him. So how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, "This is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the patriarch values those 2 things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude." Chapter 3207. Not only were there no conditions, but they even sent 2 of their clansmen to help him take care of his medicine garden. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Xueqi finally understood the wood spirit clan's desire and pursuit of rare plants. Just as the elder said, this was their nature. Xueqi letting them take care of him was the best way to repay him, and for Xueqi, this was an excellent deal. Not only did he not have to pay anything, he even hired 2 housekeepers for free. What could be better in this world? This sudden happiness made Xueqi feel a little dizzy, and he paced back and forth in the tree hole a few times, unable to contain his excitement. Mu Na frowned at him and said sarcastically, "If you don't even agree to this, then I have nothing more to say. Please don't come here again in the future. My wood spirit clan does not welcome you. And the stone mongoose clan as well." "I agree. Why wouldn't I agree?" Xueqi stopped and looked at Mu Na with a grin. Patriarch has such good intentions. If this junior still refuses, he would not know how to appreciate kindness. Mu Na snorted lightly and cast a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Xueqi's expression turned solemn again. "But there is one thing I must inform Patriarch." "What is it?" "Those 2 clansmen of yours are in my hands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to see the light of day again. If he really brought 2 wood spirits over, he would definitely throw them into the small sealed world medicine garden. Before he had the strength to protect the immortal tree, he would never let them leave easily." Mu Na frowned. "Why do you want to restrict their freedom?" "I have no choice. Please forgive me, Patriarch." Mu Na said thoughtfully, "It seems that this thing is really not trivial." Xueqi said seriously, "If Patriarch doesn't mind, then that little brat will be happy to help. Of course, I won't treat them unfairly. Patriarch can rest assured." "I'm not worried about that." To a wood spirit, being able to work with precious plants was the greatest joy in life. Xueqi had the firmament tree in his hands, and he had something even more precious than the firmament tree. Any wood spirit would be willing to stay by his side and work for him. Moreover, since there was such a suggestion, Mu Na had obviously expected this matter. She immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Xueqi grinned. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Patriarch." His previous displeasure towards Mu Na had long since disappeared, and he suddenly said shyly, "Patriarch, isn't 2 clansmen a little too few? If it's possible, can you send 7 or 8 over?" The elder's eyes widened, and Mu Na yelled, "Scram!" "I'm just saying. It's fine if you don't agree, but why are you scolding me?" Xueqi tilted his head and muttered, "Stop pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me." Mu Na said angrily. Xueqi looked up as if nothing had happened. "Patriarch, please hurry and call 2 clansmen over. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay here for long." He didn't stop for even a moment, as he was afraid that Mu Na would change her mind. No matter what, he had to kidnap 2 wood spirits first. Mu Na was annoyed, but she still raised her hand and patted him. With 2 clapping sounds, 2 wood spirits quickly flew in from outside the room. After bowing to Mu Na, they both looked at Xueqi, clearly prepared. Xueqi took a closer look and was immediately amused. Of the 2 wood spirits, one of them was an acquaintance, the one who had gone to greet him yesterday. This wood spirit seemed to be easily embarrassed, and when their eyes met, her face immediately flushed red as she glanced around nervously. The other wood spirit was also a female, but she was very natural and unrestrained. When she saw Xueqi looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. "Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, from now on, you 2 will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that. Whatever it is," Mu Na instructed. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu replied in unison, "Yes." Mu Na then turned to Xueqi and said, I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible. Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair. Yang Kai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. Tiskese, from now on, these two wood spirits would belong to him. How wonderful! Which one of you is Mu Zhu? And which one is Mu Lu? Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained wood spirit bowed and said, I'm Mu Zhu. She pointed at her companion who was still blushing and said, She's Mu Lu. And Yang Kai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice. I'll send you to a place, don't be afraid. As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the two wood spirits suddenly disappeared. Mu Na was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yang Kai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The Wood Spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, but that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Mu Na's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit it out. Calm down. Calm down. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Where are they? How could Mu Na remain calm when she saw her two clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yang Kai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives, and sprinkled down in droplets. Mu Na's eyes narrowed. This power. The elder also looked at Yang Kai in shock. He had been with Mu Na for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yang Kai did. Before Fan Ku and the others arrived, Yang Kai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now, he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Mu Na definitely wouldn't let it go. Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact, Yang Kai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years, he had hidden the sealed world bead very well because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. A world of its own, the elder exclaimed. Mu Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized. The firmament tree and that thing are both inside? Yes. He suddenly grinned. Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look? Mu Na's expression immediately became vigilant. If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right? How could that be? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the Patriarch, Mu Na's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary Wood Spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Mu Na away, the Stone Mongoose Patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now, Mu Na understood why Yang Kai said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own, so if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Yang Kai's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now, they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, this thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Yang Kai said as he put Mu Zhu and Mu Lu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists, and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. It's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let us meet again someday. The elder said, be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Yang Kai nodded, strode out of the treehouse, and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world, so it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round, and the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate Army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor Realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Dao Source Realm with the help of Yang Kai in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Xueqi, in managing the sect. Now, she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor realm. The most powerful ones were the three great Monster King, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nanmen Dejun, Emperor Artifact Master Ho Yu, followed by Xueqi and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves Sect Master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Chapter 3208. Such a lineup was even richer than the top sects of the Star Boundary. It had to be known that the Fire Dragon Palace, Ice Heart Valley, Azure Sun Temple, and others only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. The space array flickered with light, startling Bian Yuqing, who was meditating. Looking over, she thought it was Xueqi returning from the Southern Territory and hurriedly got up to greet her. Before she got close, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Bian Yuqing's expression turned serious as she quickly cupped her fists and saluted. Palace Master is back. Several disciples who were guarding nearby also hurried over and saluted respectfully. Speaking of which, it had been more than 10 years since Yang Kai left the Northern Territory for Dragon Island. During this time, there was no news at all. If Zhu Qing hadn't come over to tell everyone the truth, everyone would have thought he had encountered an accident. However, Zhu Qing didn't say that he had gone to the Lower Star Territory and only said that he was in retreat and would only come out after a few years. Now, sensing the aura of Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was shocked to discover that it was the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In just over 10 years, he had already broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking back to the first time Yang Kai met him, he was just a second-order Origin King. Compared to him, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel inferior. Chief Steward Bian. Yang Kai grinned. Reuniting with an old friend made him feel very cordial. Although Hung Luo Starfield was his homeland, the High Heaven Palace was the foundation of his current foothold. After 10 years of twists and turns, he finally returned, so he was in a good mood. Are you on duty today? Yes. Bian Yuqing responded honestly. Good. Has anything happened in the palace in the past few years? Everything is fine. Rest assured. Palace Master. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was right there, and the news of the three great Monster King overseeing it was no secret. In the entire Northern Territory, other than the Miracle Pill Great Emperor's Medicine Pill Valley, who else could compare to them? Naturally, no one dared to look for trouble. The past decade or so could be said to have been peaceful. On the other hand, people from the Fire Dragon Palace have come quite a few times to inquire about Palace Master Li Jiao's whereabouts. And don't worry about them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Ask Sister Hua to come and see me. Bian Yuqing said. Manager Hua is not in the palace right now. Where did Sister Hua go? Yang Kai was stunned. It's the end of the year now. Manager Hua went to the Southern Territory half a month ago. Presumably, she is doing some material transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, she should be back in 2 days. Yang Kai and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had reached an agreement a few years ago. The distance between the two large territory was far, and their output was different. Therefore they could exchange goods with each other. Over the years, Hua Qingxi had been maintaining this trade relationship, which brought a considerable amount of income to the High Heaven Palace. Is that so? Then ask the Southern Gate Army and Qiyu to come over. Yes. Yang Kai stepped forward, and his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the High Heaven Palace. Looking down, he could see mountains stacked on top of each other. The vegetation was shady, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaks were high and low, and there were clusters of buildings located between the mountains, but most of them were empty. These buildings were basically the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. However, the High Heaven Palace had always been empty, and no one lived there. Yang Kai flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, Young Master Yang. Ying Fei, long time no see. How have you been? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ying Fei replied, Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well. While they were talking, Shi Lei and Xie Wuwei also rushed over. Obviously, the three of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ying Fei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shi Lei asked curiously, Young Master Yang, what are you looking at? I'm looking at how many people my High Heaven Palace can accommodate. Shi Lei chuckled. Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people. What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples? That's not necessary, Yang Kai shook his head and said casually. By the way, I just came back from the ancient land. The three Monster Kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other, and Ying Fei asked cautiously, Did the Saint Seniors say anything? I just met them in a hurry, and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me, Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. That's not right. Ying Fei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shi Lei asked hesitantly, Did the holy sages mention us? As soon as he said that, Ying Fei and Xie Wuwei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the Monster Kings of the ancient lands, and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. Not at all, Yang Kai shook his head. It seems that you are my people from now on. The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, We are willing to serve you. Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. Do your best, and I won't treat you badly in the future, Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three Monster Kings to become even more excited. Let's go back. Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted. Greetings, Palace Master. Boy, you're finally back. Ghost ancestor Chi Yu, Gu Tsong Yun, and Aio also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Chi Yu and Aio. One was his master and the other was his father-in-law, so how could he not be respectful? Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race? Aio looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the star field, he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the star boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused Aio to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but Aio also heard that there was a woman in Iceheart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. Aio simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident, an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yan. He did not know if Su Yan had told Luo and Xueqi, but Yang Kai had not heard them ask. An accident? Aio huffed. How can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Chi Yu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Xueyu appeared together. The 4 women were obviously summoned all of a sudden and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The Southgate Army and Bian Yu Qing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the 4 women, and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yan and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes, no matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all 4 of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all 4, making the 2 of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the 3 Monster Kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yan and the others. Although it was undeniable that these 4 women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from 2 of them. In particular, the woman in the lead with a cold expression, the aura from her body made them feel a sense of worship. Her aura was somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's, but it was more magnificent and noble. She stood there, as if she was standing in the clouds, soaring through the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. Although the other charming woman was slightly inferior, her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Divine Spirit. The 3 Monster Kings looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They were from the monster race and were extremely sensitive to the aura of divine spirits, so they could see at a glance that Su Yan and the others had divine spirit source. Their strength was slightly lower, but if they could grow up, they would not be a match for them. Luo. Chi Yu was stunned, staring at Shanqing Luo in a daze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Just a moment ago, Aio said that he would ask Yang Kai to find a way to go to the territory and bring Shanqing Luo and the others here. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shanqing Luo would really appear in front of them? Chapter 3209. Hearing the call, Shanqing Luo froze for a moment before turning her head and exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive mother." Back then when she and Biluo left the central capital, they were teleported directly to Monster Star through a very strange altar. If it weren't for Chi Yu taking care of them and even adopting them as her adoptive daughters, they would have likely died with their strength at that time. To her, Chi Yu was not only her savior, but also her second parent. Before coming, she knew that she would be able to see Qiyu on this trip, so her heart was filled with anticipation. On the other side, Aio also looked at Xueqi in a daze. The latter's eyes reddened as she called out softly, "Father." Aio suppressed his excitement and nodded. "Good, good, good. As long as you're safe." Turning his head to look at Kai, all his previous grievances had disappeared. He had already returned to Star Territory and brought his daughter here, so what more did he have to say? Although Su Yan and Xianing Chong were not related, they had not seen Gue Zhu for many years, so they naturally stepped forward to salute him. Gu Zongyun looked at him eagerly and stammered, "Palace Master, you've returned to Star Territory?" Qiyu and Aio could call Kai by his name and even call him Little Brat, but Gu Zongyun did not have the courage to call him Palace Master. "Yes, I just returned from there." Kai smiled slightly. "Then I wonder if my sword union is..." Gu Zongyun looked at Kai expectantly. "Senior Gu, rest assured, I brought Brother Gu with me this time, along with many of your sword union's people." "Where?" Gu Zongyun's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon." With 100,000 people crowded in a certain place in the small sealed world, Kai could not find Gu Zhenxin and the sword union's people for a while. The reason why he could easily summon Su Yan and the others was naturally because they were not in the same place as the others. "Dejun, hand over the mountain ripple map." Kai raised his hand. The South Gate army didn't know his intentions, but they didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the mountain ripple map and opened it. In an instant, the map lit up, and a high heaven palace that had been shrunk countless times appeared in front of them. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and even the smallest stream and hill could be clearly seen. This thing came from the hands of the South Gate army in Hoyu, so it was naturally extremely wondrous. Kai pointed at a few of the peaks and asked, "Are there people living here?" Bian Yuqing glanced over and said, "That's right. Thousand Leaves Peak is where Old Man Yihen and the Thousand Leaves Sex people live, while 5 sacred peaks are where Qiyu and the others live." She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for more than a decade now, so she was naturally very familiar with the distribution of manpower within the palace. Kai nodded and said, "There will be a lot of people coming out later. I need you to settle them down." "How many?" Bian Yuqing asked. "Over 100,000. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The High Heaven Palace had never had a large number of people, and Kai had never intended to accept many disciples. Ever since the High Heaven Palace was established, it seemed to have been closed off from the outside world. No one knew what Kai's intentions were, and it was only now that they understood that he was preparing for today. "If there are so many people, I'll need some help," Bian Yuqing said. You can call the people from the Thousand Leaves sect over." Kai nodded. "I'll get them out first." Bian Yuqing immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, obviously summoning people. Meanwhile, Kai summoned the sealed world bead. Surrounded by black chi, a giant tadpole-like rolling stone leisurely appeared, opening its large black mouth as it stood between the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling stone caused the 3 monster kings to pale slightly. They didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. From the giant mouth, a figure rushed out first. Looking around, a look of shock appeared on his face as he stood there in a daze. This was none other than Meng Wuya. The rich world energy around him made him feel like he was in a dream. In the Star Territory, the world energy of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect was second to none, but compared to this place, it was like comparing the heavens and earth. He didn't even need to circulate his secret art as the world energy drilled into his body through his pores, making him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Another figure walked out of the rolling stone's mouth, then a third, a fourth. Everyone was the same. Kai said loudly, "Everyone, don't stop. Keep moving forward, there are more people coming out." With his reminder, the group of people who came out first came back to their senses and looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had long received news that this trip was to follow Kai to a higher-level world called the Star Boundary. Now, it seemed that they had arrived safely. It was just that they had never thought that this so-called Star Boundary would actually have such an excellent cultivation environment. Ordinary places in the Star Boundary naturally wouldn't be like this. Even if it was better than the Star Territory, it wouldn't be so different. However, This was the High Heaven Palace, the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the best cultivation paradises in the Northern Territory, so how could the world energy here not be rich? A steady stream of people came out of the Rolling Stone's mouth, and in just a few moments, the square was filled with people. At this time, the people from Thousand Leaves sect, led by Yi Hen, also rushed over. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred, but when they saw this scene, they were quite surprised. After asking around, they found out that these people were actually from the Lower Star Territory, which immediately shocked Yang Kai. To a cultivator in the Star Boundary, those who came from the Lower Star Territory were all elites among elites. If they didn't die prematurely, their chances of reaching the Emperor Realm were very high. This was because the cultivation environment in the Lower Star Territory was far inferior to that of the Star Boundary, so the hardworking environment gave them the potential to grow. In the Star Boundary, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivator who came from the Lower Star Territory, but those were just scattered cultivators. None of them had ever seen such a spectacular scene. Tens of thousands of cultivator appeared in the square, and even more people continued to come out. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as they had enough time, they would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with others, so he gathered together with Bian Yuqing and pointed at the High Heaven Palace's mountain map, discussing how to divide the territory and mountain peaks for these people. The Thousand Leaves sect disciples left one after another, each leading 1,000 to 2,000 people as they rushed towards a mountain peak. This bustle lasted for several days, during which time Hua Qingxi returned from the Southern Star Territory. With Hua Qingxi's assistance, things went much more smoothly. Hua Qingxi had a happy and distressed expression on her face, looking at Yang Kai from time to time with a bitter expression. Although she was previously the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai, there wasn't much for her to manage. There weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace, and most of them were Thousand Leaves sect disciples. With Yi Hen overseeing Thousand Leaves Peak, it wasn't a problem for her to manage it. Hua Qingxi had been busy for the past few years thinking of ways to earn cultivation resources for the High Heaven Palace. Her cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory had allowed her to earn a lot. But so what if she earned a lot? Without disciples to use, the cultivation resources were just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, her position as the chief steward was somewhat unworthy of her title. However, things were different now. The High Heaven Palace suddenly had over 100,000 disciples, and she had to manage all of them, arrange their secret arts and resources. Hua Qingxi could almost foresee that she wouldn't have any time to rest for at least half a year. She was worthy of her title as the chief steward, but wasn't this too tiring? Fortunately, there was still Bian Yuqing to share her burdens, otherwise, she would have had to abandon her responsibilities. Even so, she and Bian Yuqing definitely couldn't handle the daily needs of more than 100,000 people and would need to come up with a specific plan. The last group to come out of the small sealed world was a group of monster race cultivators, the elites of Monster Star. There were quite a few of them, about 3,000 of them, led by Yu Xiong, each of them emitting a demonic qi. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Monster Kings, I'll leave them to you." The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the human race, so it was naturally best for them to be taught by the three Monster Kings. Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei smiled from ear to ear as their eyes swept across the 3,000 monster race cultivators, causing all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could be regarded as the cream of the crop on Monster Star, elites who had survived the war in Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but in front of the auras of the three Monster Kings, they felt no different from babies. No one knew what kind of realm the three Monster Kings were, but they had no doubt that these three monster race cultivators could easily kill them with a single breath. "Finally, there's something to do," Shi Lei chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder. Like Hua Qingxi, the three of them had been idle since they came to High Heaven Palace. Their greatest pleasure was playing hide-and-seek with Hou Yu, but after being captured countless times, Hou Yu had given up on escaping and was now wholeheartedly refining artifacts for High Heaven Palace. In her words, she was wasting the resources of High Heaven Palace to make Yang Kai's heart ache. However, she would not tarnish her reputation as an emperor weaponsmith. The artifacts that she refined were naturally the best of the best. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hou Yu, the three Monster Kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai, and they would not stay here and eat for free. Little ones, follow me. Xueqi waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Qiyu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Qiyu's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Qiyu left Monster Star territory, she was the only Monster King on Monster Star. However, her status as a Monster King could not be compared to Xueqi and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Xueqi. It was a magnificent sight. Chapter 32:10. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise, he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qingxi made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Qiyu, Aio, Gu Songyun, and Gue Zhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star territory. For this reason, the four of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Gu Songyun were also easy to divide. Gu Songyun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. Aio commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Gue Zhu was originally from High Heaven Sect, and Qiyu also shared a portion of High Heaven Sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of original Star's Emperor sect, Qiu Yimeng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing, to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the star boundary, the cultivation methods in the star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher-level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qingxi, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Tao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Qi Yu, Gue Zhu, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the Spirit Pill Peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again and take away a large number of Monster Beast monster cores. He was going to use these Monster Beast monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1 million Monster Beast monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wildlands and entered the Beast Tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wildlands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order Monster Beast monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. After busying himself for a month, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this day, he led Xia Ning Chong to the top of a spiritual mountain. This spirit mountain was also one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to the other spirit mountains, it was more beautiful and rich in spirit qi. The fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds filled the air. Unlike the other spirit mountains, this spirit mountain was extremely tall, but it was still cold and quiet. This was because Yang Kai did not allow any cultivator from the Star Territory to disturb this spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was the High Heaven Palace's Spirit Pill Peak. There were also two similar spirit peaks, Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak. Their corresponding peak masters were Nan Men de Jun and Ho Yu. Of course, the appointment of these two peak masters was forced by Yang Kai, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In any case, from now on, the two of them were the peak masters of Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak respectively. The Spirit Pill Peak did not have a peak master, but it was the peak where Pill Emperor Ji Ing resided. Strictly speaking, Ji Ing could not be considered a member of the High Heaven Palace. After all, he was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. It was only because he lost to Yang Kai in alchemy that he stayed in the High Heaven Palace to refine pills for Yang Kai. He could be considered a guest elder of the High Heaven Palace. Ji Ing was not a bad person. Not only did he have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he was also a Pill Emperor, and the personal disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. These three identities were extremely eye-catching no matter where one put them, and the combination of these three identities was even more terrifying. If he didn't admit it, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't kill him, right? That would definitely offend the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and the wrath of the Great Emperors was no joke. However, he really stayed and fulfilled his bet with Yang Kai, refining a large number of spirit pills for the High Heaven Palace. Not only were the spirit pills refined by him extremely high grade, but their quality was also guaranteed. He also had several disciples under him, all of whom were brought to the Spirit Pill Peak to work. In the entire Spirit Pill Peak, only Ji Ing and his disciples lived there. Apart from them, there were only a few boys who were in charge of doing odd jobs. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong walked all the way up and soon arrived at the top of the peak. In front of the main hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s was waiting. When he saw Yang Kai, he bowed and said, "Palace Master Yang, honored master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, knowing that Ji Ying had already noticed him when he came over. As the disciple entered the hall, Ji Ying quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Brother Yang, it's been a long time." The two of them had not seen each other for more than 10 years, which was indeed a long time. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was not only because he had lost to Yang Kai in the alchemy competition, but also because of Gong's son Mu. Thanks to Yang Kai, the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong's son Mu's corpse could be returned to Medicine Pill Valley after his death, so Ji Ying was naturally grateful to him. "Brother Ji," Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ji Ying grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Recently, I've been experimenting with a new alchemy technique and have made some progress. I was just about to ask Brother Yang to give me some pointers." He was an alchemy emperor, so there were very few people in this world who could discuss alchemy with him. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Ji Ying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Ji Ying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Ji Ying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Ji Ying had his own strengths. Ji Ying laughed loudly. "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills. It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. "It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Tao. So that's what it's a pity." Yang Kai grinned. "Of the 3,000 grand Taos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely." Ji Ying was startled for a moment before nodding, "That's true." Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs, and began refining. Xia Ning Chong naturally followed. Ji Ying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Ji Ying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Ji Ying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Tao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Ji Ying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong watched together. Especially Xia Ning Chong. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Ji Ying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Ji Ying's expression turned serious. "Brother Yang, watch carefully." As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Ji Ying shouted, "Rise." The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Ji Ying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Dao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Ji Ying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit dan. When it was time to condense the spirit dan, he used Ji Ying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Ji Ying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Ji Ying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xianing Chong a look, and Xianing Chong immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Ji Ying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xianing Chong with an apologetic expression. At the beginning, although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianing Chong was somewhat unusual, he had quickly immersed himself in alchemy. In his eyes, apart from alchemy, there was only Yang Kai who was discussing with him, so he did not pay any attention to Xianing Chong. He did not even notice that Xianing Chong was pouring water for him. It was not until now that he suddenly woke up. "My humble wife is Xianing Chong." Yang Kai smiled and introduced her. Xianing Chong gracefully bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ji Ying." Her face was slightly red. This was the first time Yang Kai had introduced her in front of an outsider. "Mrs. Yang?" Ji Ying was shocked. The person who had been pouring wine for him was actually Yang Kai's wife. He said helplessly, "What should I do? Please sit down." If he had known that Xianing Chong was Yang Kai's wife, he would never have let her do this kind of work. Wasn't this a slap to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to mind. "I've been negligent. This Ji is at fault. This toast is to Mrs. Yang. I hope Mrs. Yang will not blame me." Ji Ying raised his wine cup with a face full of sweat. "Brother Ji is too serious. It's just a small matter." Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Ji Ying looked at him with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Yang, you're too unkind. You brought your sister-in-law here and didn't even greet us, causing this Ji to make a fool of himself. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups of wine later." "As Brother Ji says." Yang Kai smiled and said, "But there's no hurry to drink. I have something I need Brother Ji's help with. It's about my humble wife." Ji Ying said, "If you need my help, Brother Yang, feel free to ask. As long as this Ji can do it, I will not refuse. This matter is definitely something Brother Ji can do." Yang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Xianing Chong. "It's like this. Since Ning Chong began cultivating, she has also entered the Tao through alchemy. She prefers the art of alchemy over cultivation and fighting." "Sister-in-law is also an alchemist?" Ji Ying looked at Xianing Chong seriously and frowned slightly. He was an alchemist emperor after all. If there was a fellow alchemist standing in front of him, he would definitely be able to tell. This was because alchemists had a unique temperament, especially when dealing with mysterious flames and herbs all year round. There would definitely be some indelible traces left behind. However, when he looked at Xianing Chong, there was no such trace at all. Yet, he could clearly smell the various pill fragrances on Xianing Chang's body, which made him a little suspicious. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "It's just that the conditions in the lower star territory are limited, and there's no one who can teach her alchemy. Now that she's here, I was wondering if I could let her learn the Tao of alchemy from Brother Ji." Ji Ying said, "Brother Yang's attainments in alchemy far surpass mine. Moreover, the two of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers. Why go so far?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her. When Ji Ying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Ji Ying nodded slightly. If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but there was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xia Ning Chong with his eyes. Ning Chong, come and greet your master. Ji Ying's cultivation was in the Emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xia Ning Chang's master. Although he and Ji Ying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xia Ning Chang's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Ji Ying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Tao. If Xia Ning Chong only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Ji Ying's master, it would be different. Ji Ying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xia Ning Chong to become Ji Ying's master, so it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xia Ning Chong, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Ji Ying waved her hand and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. Brother Yang. Ji Ying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand. You can't accept this, you can't accept this. If he really accepted Xia Ning Chong as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xia Ning Chong a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xia Ning Chong was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Ji Ying didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise, he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future, it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself, since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Ji Ying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sex rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Ji Ying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Ji Ying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Ji Ying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Ji Ying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly. We haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ning Chong, show Brother Ji your skills. Ji Ying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xia Ning Chong didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Ji Ying could only look at Xia Ning Chong and secretly plan to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xia Ning Chong into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. I'll show you my incompetence, Xia Ning Chong said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the Star Territory. This move alone made Ji Ying's eyes light up. Chapter 32:12. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xia Ning Chang's cultivation was just a third-order Origin King, but at this moment, she had taken out an Origin King grade herb, indicating that she wanted to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill. For a cultivator from a lower star territory, this should be the limit. In other words, Yang Kai's wife was an Origin King-grade alchemist. Perhaps Ji Ying could still look forward to this. Ji Ying nodded secretly and began paying attention silently. Xia Ning Chong gently picked up one of the herbs and her aura suddenly underwent a huge change. She became extremely focused, as if the only thing left in the world was the herb in front of her. Alchemy required one to be completely focused and could not be disturbed or distracted for even half a day. This was an essential quality for every alchemist. Ji Ying nodded again, thinking that regardless of her alchemy aptitude, this performance alone was commendable. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed because Xia Ning Chong had actually pushed her Saint Qi to wrap around the herb in her hand. Her Saint Qi was not static, but instead fluctuated between strong and weak, creating a strange fluctuation. Under this fluctuation, a trace of green aura quickly overflowed from the herb, which was obviously the medicinal liquid it contained. Not using a pill furnace. A strange light flashed across Ji Ying's eyes. An outstanding alchemist may be able to refine a spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but this required an extremely high level of skill, and the grade of the spirit pill refined definitely couldn't be too high. For example, Ji Ying himself as an emperor alchemist could refine a Dao source grade spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but as a result, even if he could refine it, the quality and quantity of the spirit pills would be affected. A pill furnace was an alchemist's second life, and this was not just a saying. Whether a pill furnace was good or bad, it was essential to assist an alchemist in alchemy. Xia Ning Chong was just an Origin King, so refining an Origin King-grade spirit pill was already her limit. Now, she actually wanted to refine without the aid of a pill furnace, which made Ji Ying a little unhappy. She felt that even if Xia Ning Chong intended to show off in front of her, she shouldn't act so arrogantly. This wasn't a good thing for an alchemist. With such a mindset, it was likely she wouldn't be able to go far. If someone else had done this in front of him, he would have reprimanded them. But considering that Xia Ning Chong was Yang Kai's wife, he endured it, but his original expectations had disappeared. The next moment, he was stunned again. Because he felt that Xia Ning Chang's Saint Qi was not of the fire attribute. What? Not only did he not use an alchemy furnace to refine in the air, he didn't even have an alchemy fire? How was she going to refine alchemy like this? Did he really think that alchemy was child's play, something that could be done casually? He could not help turning to look at Yang Kai's wife. However, he saw Yang Kai smile and say meaningfully, "Brother Ji will understand soon enough." Ji Ying frowned but could only let nature take its course. In his mind, he was thinking about how to politely refuse Yang Kai's previous proposal without hurting his face or the friendship between them. However, this matter was difficult to handle. If Yang Kai had brought someone else here, he could have refused, but the woman in front of him was his wife. If things went wrong, it was very likely it would cause a rift between them. Saint Qi surged and the spirit grass tumbled as the Origin King Realm spirit pill overflowed with green fluorescence at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gradually condensed into a pearl-sized drop of green liquid. Ji Ying's eyes bulged as he cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? The first step in refining a spirit pill was to condense the medicinal liquid. Generally, alchemists would use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so, but Yang Kai's wife not only did not use a pill furnace, but she also did not have a pill fire, yet she had somehow managed to condense the medicinal liquid from this herb. Ji Ying turned his head to look at Yang Kai in shock, but saw that Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. What was going on? Without the help of a pill furnace or pill fire, how did this Xia girl condense this medicinal liquid? Unable to believe this, Ji Ying released his divine sense slightly and his eyes bulged even more. It was indeed a medicinal liquid, and it was extremely pure. This pearl-sized drop of green liquid was not mixed with the slightest impurities and its medicinal properties were perfectly preserved, without the slightest trace of damage. The shock in Ji Ying's heart could not be any greater as he felt that what he was seeing in front of him was beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. With his ability, if he took out an Origin King grade herb, he could naturally achieve the same level of refinement as Xia Ning Chong, but he would need to use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm alchemist while Xia Ning Chong was just an Origin King grade alchemist. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, so naturally they could not be compared. Ji Ying had never thought that an Origin King grade alchemist could condense a medicinal liquid to such an extent beyond his own limits. At the very least, When he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he could not achieve this. The purity of the medicinal liquid was directly related to the quality of the final pill. The higher the purity of the medicinal liquid, the less impurities it would have, and the greater the assistance it would provide in the subsequent refinement process. In this regard, Xiaoning Chang had undoubtedly achieved perfection. Looking at the Origin King grade herb in Xiaoning Chang's hand, Ji Ying saw that it had completely withered and the medicinal efficacies it contained had been completely condensed. Xiaoning Chang simply threw it aside. This caused Ji Ying to be taken aback again. Condensing such a pure medicinal liquid without the help of a pill furnace and pill fire was already amazing, but she was actually able to squeeze out the medicinal efficacies of a single herb to the limit. It could be said that Ji Ying had never seen such an alchemist before. Even the few disciples he had placed high hopes on were inferior to her. If the step of condensing the medicinal liquid was given a full score of 10, then Ji Ying would definitely give Xiaoning Chang a 9 out of 10. He was afraid that she would become arrogant. Ji Ying could not understand how she had done it, because it was contrary to what he knew. Calming down, he continued to watch as Xiaoning Chang skillfully condensed medicinal liquids into medicinal liquids. After a short while, all the medicinal liquids of the herbs had been condensed. Ji Ying gasped in amazement. He discovered that the perfect medicinal liquid she had concocted at the beginning was not just a fluke, because the medicinal herbs she had concocted later were just like the beginning. She had completely concocted their medicinal effects without wasting a single bit. Putting away the dissatisfaction and contempt in his heart, Ji Ying's expression became extremely focused as he stared at Xiaoning Chang's movements without blinking, lest he miss the slightest detail. Although Ji Ying still did not understand how she had done it, this visual and sensory impact was undoubtedly a kind of shock and enjoyment for a veteran alchemist. After condensing the medicinal liquids, it was naturally time to inscribe a spirit array and let the medicinal liquids fuse with each other. Ji Ying thought to himself, at this point, you should use your pill furnace, right? What you did just now was enough to prove your ability. But unexpectedly, Xiaoning Chang still had no intention of taking out his pill furnace. Instead, he simply opened his hands and held them vertically in front of him, releasing pearl-sized medicinal liquids wrapped in Saint Qi and suspended between his palms. As her Saint Qi surged, a mass of medicinal liquid began to dance rapidly, revolving around Xiaoning Chang's palms as its center. During the process of revolving, these medicinal liquids fused and intersected with each other, undergoing some magical changes. Ji Ying was completely speechless. He only felt that the spirit pill this Mistress Yang was refining was completely different from the alchemy he knew, far beyond his imagination. Paying close attention to the changes in the medicinal liquids with his divine sense, Ji Ying's expression was a mixture of surprise, shock, admiration, and many other kinds of expressions. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed by, and the medicinal liquid that had been revolving between Xiaoning Chang's palms suddenly slowed down. However, under Ji Ying's perception, he could clearly feel that the medicinal liquid had completely fused together, and the amount of liquid had reached the pinnacle. Xiaoning Chang held the semi-finished medicinal liquid in one hand, then tilted his head and thought for a moment before forming a series of hand seals with his other hand and sending out a burst of Saint Qi. This is... Ji Ying suddenly stood up. The hand seals Xiaoning Chang was using at this moment turned out to be his newly developed pill condensing technique. During his 5 days of discussion with Yang Kai, he had used this technique to condense no less than 20 furnaces of spirit pills, but that was it. Ji Ying had never imagined that Xiaoning Chang would actually be able to learn it completely after just 5 days. Not only had he learned it, but he had also put it to use. Ji Ying was inexplicably excited as he instinctively felt that he had picked up a treasure. Possessing such outstanding and special alchemy skills could be explained by Xiaoning Chang's proficiency in alchemy, and the fact that she had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for a long time, but to be able to learn and use his pill condensing technique in just 5 days was enough to demonstrate her perception and aptitude. Of course, in Ji Ying's opinion, Xiaoning Chang's pill condensing technique was not perfect. Some of the transitions in the middle were a bit stiff, and it did not give off the kind of natural feeling Ji Ying had. But the flaws could not obscure the beauty. In just 5 days, Ji Ying had not taught her anything. She had only watched from the side, yet she was already able to reach this point. If Ji Ying could teach her, wouldn't there be even greater room for improvement? Compared to her, the disciples he had high hopes for were simply rotten wood that could not be carved, walls of dung that could not be tarnished. After the last hand seal, the medicinal liquid in Xiaoning Chang's hand suddenly split into 7, but it was still under his control. The 7 medicinal liquids continued to rotate, gradually solidifying and drying up. After everything was settled, Xia Ningchong had 7 rolling, snow-white spirit pills in his hand. "Grandmaster, please take a look," Xia Ningchong said softly, then put the 7 spirit pills in his hand on the table and retreated behind Yang Kai. Ji Ying immediately opened his eyes wide and grabbed the 7 spirit pills in his hand, carefully inspecting them. Yang Kai had been observing the situation, so how could he not see the change in Ji Ying's attitude? He looked up at Xia Ningchong, smiled, and signaled with his eyes that everything was done. "Pill veins!" Ji Ying exclaimed. Of the 7 spirit pills, 1 had actually formed pill veins, and it was not 1 but 2. This was such an astonishing ratio that even Ji Ying was stunned. Chapter 32:13. Pill veins were the best form of identification for an alchemist's skills, but they were something that could only be encountered by chance. If a pill formed pill veins during the refining process, both its medicinal efficacies and value would double because no matter how long it was stored, there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The veins on the surface of the pill, like the meridians of a human body, would lock in the pill's medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. If a pill formed pill clouds, it would be even more incredible. Pill clouds not only had the effect of pill veins, but they could also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill. The longer it was stored, the more powerful its medicinal efficacies would be. If it was stored for thousands of years, the medicinal efficacies it contained would be terrifying. Pill veins could only be encountered by chance, not sought. Pill clouds were even more out of the question, as those were absolutely rare items. When Ji Ying was refining spirit pills, she would occasionally refine a spirit pill with pill veins, but as for pill clouds, she had never encountered one. On the other hand, her 4th senior sister had once refined a pill that formed pill clouds, but it was only an Origin King grade pill. At that time, her senior sister was already an Emperor Realm alchemist, so refining an Origin King grade pill was naturally a piece of cake for her. Because of this, her 4th senior sister was praised by her honored master, and the special pill she refined was treated as a treasure by her senior sister. It was likely she would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Xia Ningchong refining a furnace of Origin King grade pills was her own limit. After all, she was only an Origin King grade alchemist. Refining 7 pills was already an excellent result, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. Ji Ying was quite shocked. 1 pill could be said to be luck, but 2? His luck was a little too good. After careful confirmation, there was no doubt these 2 pills were indeed pill veins. The medicinal efficacies of these 2 spirit pills were more than double that of the other 5. Such a result could be said to be even rarer than refining 9 pills at once. Ji Ying also saw that the reason why Xia Ningchong had only managed to refine 7 pills was because her understanding of the final pill condensing technique was still incomplete. After all, this was her first time applying what she had learned. Once she fully grasped the pill condensing technique, what was the point of refining 9 pills? What was truly hard to come by were the pill veins. He took a deep breath and put down the 2 spirit pills with pill veins. When he looked at the remaining 5 spirit pills, his face was filled with amazement. Although when Xia Ningchong had concocted the perfect medicinal liquid, he had already expected that the quality of this batch of spirit pills would not be too bad. Even without the 2 pill vein spirit pills, the remaining 5 were all of the highest quality. It seemed that they were only 1 step away from forming pill veins. Not only was this Madame Yang's aptitude not bad, she was simply a genius among alchemy geniuses. He was probably much better than Yang Kai. Recalling Xia Ningchang's various performances during alchemy, Ji Ying suddenly raised her head and stared at her in a daze. An inconceivable thought flashed through her mind. Madame Yang is the sacred spirit medicine body? After being exposed by Ji Ying, Xia Ningchong nodded slightly. Yang Kai also laughed and said, "Brother Ji's vision is really sharp." No wonder, no wonder. Ji Ying smiled bitterly. No wonder alchemy didn't require a pill furnace or even a pill fire and could be so outstanding. It turned out that she was the sacred spirit medicine body. It was ridiculous that he had thought Xia Ningchong was deliberately showing off, but now he knew the whole story. The sacred spirit medicine body didn't need a pill furnace or a pill fire to refine spirit pills. She herself was the best pill furnace and her Saint Qi was better than any pill fire. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Jiying said indignantly. Brother Yang, you've been hiding things from me for a long time. Yang Kai blinked and said, seeing is believing. What does Brother Ji think of my wife? Jiying sternly said, this Ji is inferior. This was not flattery, but the truth. Jiying suddenly remembered the records he had read in the ancient books he had read before. In this world, there were countless kinds of strange physiques, each of which had its own uniqueness. For alchemists, the sacred spirit medicine body was an existence they could only dream of because this kind of physique was specially created for alchemy. For those with the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking, it was their innate talent. Although Ji Ying's current alchemy skills and alchemy rank were higher than Xiaoning Chang's, if Xiaoning Chang was allowed to grow, not only would Ji Ying be inferior, but none of the 4 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors would be able to compare with her. In time, it was not impossible for Ji Ying to reach the height of the wondrous pill great emperors and truly enter the Tao of alchemy. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, not having expected to receive such a high evaluation from Ji Ying, a light of pride suddenly appearing on his face as he laughed and said, Brother Ji is too kind, I still need to learn from Brother Ji. After a pause he asked, can I understand that Brother Ji is willing to accept my wife as a disciple? Since he had such a high evaluation, it would not be difficult for Ji Ying to accept Xiaoning Chang as a disciple. Great masters also wanted outstanding disciples, and Ji Ying was one of the most renowned alchemy masters in the entire star boundary. Just as the wondrous pill great emperors also wanted to pass on their legacy, Ji Ying must have had similar thoughts. However, great masters were common, but outstanding disciples were rare, so Xiaoning Chang was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yang Kai thought that Ji Ying would happily agree, but he didn't expect him to furrow his brow and put on an awkward look. Yang Kai suspiciously asked, is Brother Ji still worried about Medicine Pill Valley's rules? No. Ji Ying waved his hand, with such aptitude in the sacred spirit medicine body, I believe eldest brother will also welcome Madame Yang to join Medicine Pill Valley, and will definitely not reject her. Since that's the case, why does Brother Ji have such an expression? Yang Kai was puzzled. For the sake of Xiaoning Chang's future, he was willing to send her to Medicine Pill Valley to study the alchemic way and suffer the pain of lovesickness. So why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't he be happy to accept it? Ji Ying did not answer, but his expression changed and he hesitated for a long time before suddenly making up his mind. Brother Yang, I want to introduce sister-in-law to honored master. Wondrous pill great emperors? Yang Kai was stunned and immediately shocked. Brother Ji means, I'm afraid only honored master can teach sister-in-law, Ji Ying said solemnly. To be honest, he also wanted to take Xiaoning Chang in as his disciple and teach her with all his heart. Having such a disciple would give him face in the future. However, the sacred spirit medicine body was extremely rare, and he was afraid that it would not be long before she surpassed him. If a master was inferior to a disciple, then as her master, he would be in an awkward position. Coupled with Yang Kai's relationship, if he really took Xiaoning Chang as his disciple, the seniority would be a bit messy. That was why he said this. If Xiaoning Chang could become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then they would have a brother and sister relationship, and it would not be awkward for her to meet Yang Kai in the future. Yang Kai was excited and said, Brother Ji is so kind, this Yang is really, to be honest, it was not that he had never thought of having Xiaoning Chang become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, but what kind of people were the great emperors? How could they be so easily met, let alone become a disciple? It just so happened that Ji Ying was in the High Heaven Palace, so he simply came to find him. He did not expect that Ji Ying would actually take the initiative to mention this, which made him overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Xiaoning Chang, Little senior sister, quickly thank Brother Ji. It was Xiaoning Chang's first time in the star boundary, so she did not know who the wondrous pill great emperors were, but seeing Yang Kai's expression, she knew that this was definitely an extraordinary existence, so she hurriedly thanked him. Ji Ying raised his hand and said, Don't worry. Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Ji is very kind. How can a simple thank you be enough to express the gratitude of us husband and wife? Brother Ji, please do not refuse. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I refuse, it's just that I don't have much confidence in this matter, so if it doesn't work out, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me. You don't have confidence? Yang Kai was stunned. Why do you say that? Ji Ying said, It's like this, Honored Master has accepted a total of 5 disciples in his life, and this Ji is his youngest disciple, as well as his last disciple. When Honored Master accepted me as his disciple, he said that he would never accept another disciple in the future. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he understood why Ji Ying seemed to be in a difficult position. He wanted to recommend Xia Ning Chong to the wondrous pill great emperors, but the key point was that the great emperors had said that they would never accept a disciple. The words of the great emperors carried enormous weight, so how could they go back on their words so easily? Unless Xia Ning Chong had the talent to make the wondrous pill great emperors go back on their words, and the sacred spirit medicine body was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Otherwise, Ji Ying wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, he couldn't bring himself to discredit his honored master, and he really couldn't bear to see such a bright pearl covered in dust. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Ji Ying said, "This Ji can only promise to give it a try, as for whether it works or not." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Brother Ji's kind intentions, we husband and wife thank you in advance. Whether it works or not, we will remember this kindness." Ji Ying smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has no objections, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley." "This matter isn't urgent," Yang Kai said, but he didn't mean it. Ji Ying said, "Even if you aren't in a hurry, I am." Saying this, he stood up and strode out. "Do you need my humble wife to go back with you?" Yang Kai asked. "There's no hurry. I'll go and ask Honored Master first. If possible, it won't be too late to pick up sister-in-law." The main reason was that he didn't have the confidence. If Honored Master didn't even want to meet Xia Ning Chong, how awkward would that be? Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong saw him off all the way to the outside of the hall. "I hope this trip goes smoothly." Ji Ying turned around and said this. His figure flickered and shot into the air, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste a single moment. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai clenched his fists and said excitedly, "If this matter succeeds, little senior sister will have a great backer in the future. If she could really become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then no one would dare to provoke her in the star boundary in the future." The wondrous pill great emperor's 6th disciple had a terrifying reputation, so who would dare not give her face? Junior brother, the wondrous pill great emperors. "Who are they?" Xia Ning Chong asked softly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I haven't had time to tell you all the details yet. And, let's go back and find Su Yan and Aluo. I'll tell you all about the current situation in the star boundary." Reaching out and grabbing Xia Ning Chang's waist, Yang Kai flew back to the main peak where he lived. In a good mood, Yang Kai's hands were naturally a little naughty, causing Xia Ning Chang's cheeks to flush red, and she bit her thin lips in embarrassment. Chapter 32:14. Ji Ying's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. "Brother Ji, how did things go?" Yang Kai couldn't see anything from Ji Ying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Ji Ying replied, "Honored Master agreed to see sister-in-law." This answer inevitably disappointed Yang Kai, but he also knew that the wondrous pill great emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Ji Ying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous pill great emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. "If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep Honored Master waiting." Ji Ying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. "Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji." Yang Kai cupped his fists and Xia Ning Chong walked out from behind him, the two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Although they had only just reunited and would have to part again, and once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future. But for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xia Ning Chong to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her. So why would he spend all his time here? Ji Ying released his ship artifact, and with Xia Ning Chong on board, it turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Xueqi stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, "Ah Luo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness?" Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the four girls. He could arrange for Xianing Chong to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shanqing Luo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send the Shanqing Luo to the ancient ground, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shanqing Luo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Xueqi would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. No. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate? Yang Kai gently nodded, that's true. Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shanqing Luo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Su Yen, he said, let's go to Ice Heart Valley. Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Su Yen followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bing Yun in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yao waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yao's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greet senior. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said softly, why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right? Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao said in a sarcastic tone, Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, thinking, I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically? Even Bing Yun glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips, Junior Sister Yao, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ji Yao reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, you used to call me Yao but now you have changed to Junior Sister. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and even Bing Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, we are not outsiders, let's sit down first. Ji Yao said, Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you. Haha. Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yun finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yao. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. This is... Bing Yun looked at Su Yen who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely. Secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yao was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him, she naturally asked out of curiosity. Su Yen stepped forward and cupped her hands. Su Yen greets Ancestral Founder. Ancestral Founder? Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yao also raised her head to look at Su Yen. This is... Bing Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Su Yan's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yun gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. Profound Frost Divine Sword. Bing Yun exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star in the Star Territory. Later, she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary and left this sword in Ice Heart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here. When Young Kai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Iceheart Valley. You returned to Star Territory? Bing Yun was shocked. Yes, it was a coincidence. How many people did you bring? Senior is asking about Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley, or everyone? Naturally. Iceheart Valley. Several thousand. Bing Yun was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You became the master of Star Territory? Young Kai smiled and said. Senior's eyes are sharp. Bing Yun was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, Star Territory has its own rules, and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third-Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble. Young Kai said, Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to do this, there will naturally be no problems. Chapter 32:15. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation was his immediate superior, he definitely would not have done this. Otherwise, if he was found out in the future, he would definitely be punished and stripped of his status as the master of Star Territory. However, with Yang Inflammation's protection, it was not a big deal for him to secretly bring some people over. What about everyone? Bing Yun suddenly realized a problem. Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley had brought thousands of people over, so the others would probably bring even more. After all, Young Kai himself originated from Star Territory, so it was impossible for him to not take care of his friends and family in Star Territory. 100,000. Young Kai scratched his cheek. Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yao also looked at him in a daze. What did 100,000 mean? Iceheart Valley only had a few thousand disciples now, less than 10,000, and this was the result of years of continuous recruitment. 100,000 was almost equivalent to a dozen Iceheart Valleys. Why did you bring so many people over? Bing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you afford to raise them? 100,000 people. The cultivation materials each person needed was an extremely terrifying number. High Heaven Palace had only been established recently, so how could it have such a huge heritage to squander? She could not help but worry about Young Kai's future. Young Kai smiled and said, There's no problem for the time being. Bing Yun was stunned. It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you have enough people, then arrange for someone to send the people from Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley here as soon as possible. I can help share some of your pressure. Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley were the sect founded by Bing Yun, so naturally, she could not ignore the thousands of disciples. Bringing them to Iceheart Valley would make it easier for them to cultivate in the future. Thank you, Senior. Bing Yun smiled and said, I should be thanking you, but since you are so rich, my Iceheart Valley has nothing to thank you for. In the future, I can only teach Su Yen carefully and return this favor. Obviously, she was telling Young Kai not to worry and that she would not treat Su Yen badly. Young Kai seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Senior, I do have a request. Bing Yun said, What is it? As long as it's not too much, tell me about it. Young Kai said with a bitter face, Senior, my High Heaven Palace has only been established for a short period of time, so we can't compare to the other sects in the Star Boundary. Putting aside the materials used for cultivation for the time being, we can still survive if we live on a shoestring. But the disciples can't only rely on source crystals for cultivation. They must also have suitable secret arts and secret techniques. Otherwise, if we cultivate behind closed doors, even if our cultivation improves, we won't be a match for others when we go out to fight. If we were to be killed by others, how embarrassing would that be? Bing Yun looked at him angrily. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? Young Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Junior wants to see if he can borrow some secret arts and secret techniques from Iceheart Valley. There are all kinds of people, and many of them cultivate ice attributes secret arts. We are currently lacking these things. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You destroyed Seeking Passion sect and took their things. Isn't the heritage of such a huge sect over tens of thousands of years not enough for you?" Speaking of which, Seeking Passion sect's heritage was even stronger than Ice Heart Valley's. After all, it was a sect founded by the great emperors. Back then, Seeking Passion sect was also famous, but after passing down generations, its reputation gradually declined. In the end, it was destroyed by Yang Kai. Although Bing Yun didn't know how many benefits Yang Kai obtained from exterminating Seeking Passion sect, she could infer a thing or two from the fact that he could support more than 100,000 people. Not to mention the cultivation materials, the number of secret arts and secret techniques he obtained was definitely not small. She remembered that Seeking Passion sect's book collection pavilion was even larger than Ice Heart Valley's. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "Naturally, the more secret arts and secret techniques there are, the better. Disciples will have more choices, right? Of course, if Senior is interested, we can also exchange them. My High Heaven Palace also has a book collection pavilion. Senior can take whatever secret arts and secret techniques you want." Bing Yun said, "My Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivate ice attributes secret arts and secret techniques. Why would we need other secret techniques?" "Then Senior means," Bing Yun said, "if I refuse, wouldn't I be too stingy?" "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai smiled. Bing Yun waved her hand and said, "Yao take him to the secret arts and secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Except for the top-level secret techniques, let him take the rest." Giving such an order in front of Yang Kai naturally showed that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. As for the secret arts and secret techniques, they were the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Even the disciples of Ice Heart Valley couldn't cultivate them easily. Only the future pillars of Ice Heart Valley were qualified to study them. Naturally, they couldn't be taken away by Yang Kai. Junior can do as he pleases. There's no need to trouble Junior, Sister Yao. Ji Yao chuckled. "Since Honored Master has given the order, then it's not up to you. Brother Yang, come with me." Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She walked down and brushed past him as she walked out. A wisp of serene fragrance swept past him. "Go, I want to talk to Su Yen." Bing Yun waved her hand and asked him to leave. Yang Kai had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he quietly sent a message to Su Yen. "Cultivate well, I will come to see you often." Su Yen nodded gently. Closing the door of the main hall behind him, Yang Kai followed Ji Yao towards the secret art pavilion. Along the way, many Ice Heart Valley disciples stepped aside and respectfully bowed to the two of them. However, from time to time, they would steal glances at Yang Kai in amazement. The air was filled with all kinds of fragrances, giving one the illusion that they had entered a country of women. Nothing was said along the way as Ji Yao led the way, not bothering to chat with Yang Kai. A moment later, a 9-story tower appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Above the tower was a plaque with the word Secret Art Pavilion written on it. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yao, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed. "Martial Aunt Ji." This beautiful woman had a Dao Source Realm cultivation and was not weak. If Ji Yao was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, "Martial Uncle Yang." She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yao into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. "Call all the disciples out. I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang," Ji Yao ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt Ji's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt Ji obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, "Yes." Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted, and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report, Martial Ant Ji, the disciples have all left. Ji Yao nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Come in." Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Ji Yao wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. If Ji Yao was not afraid, what was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the secret art pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sect's heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Ji Yao introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, "Let's go directly to the 4th floor." Secret arts and secret techniques below the 4th floor were not of much use. Only those above the 4th floor were suitable for a Saint King Realm cultivator to cultivate. Ji Yao nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the 4th floor before saying, "Brother Yang, please feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the 4th floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Ji Yao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. For a time, the secret art pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. "Let's go to the next floor," Ji Yao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Ji Yao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Ji Yao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Ji Yao's mind was a little unclear at that time and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Ji Yao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Ji Yao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor Realm. Bing Yun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Ji Yao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. "I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory?" Ji Yao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Who did you hear that from?" Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. "I've already met little junior sister. When can I meet the other three?" "Why would you want to meet them?" Yong Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Ji Yao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Ji Yao about this? "You planted a spy in my high heaven palace?" Yong Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Ji Yao definitely wouldn't know about this. "You still haven't answered my question." Ji Yao evaded the question. Yong Kai bitterly smiled and said, "If junior sister Yao wants to meet them, you can go to the high heaven palace at any time." Ji Yao lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. "I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me." "Who dares?" Yong Kai glared. Ji Yao's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yong Kai pointed at his own nose and said, "It can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yao wants to go to the high heaven palace, you can go at any time. There won't be anyone who won't welcome you." "You said it yourself." Ji Yao pursed her lips into a smile. "Then I'll have to go to the high heaven palace more often in the future." She had often gone to the high heaven palace before, but 9 times out of 10, she wouldn't see Yong Kai. The news she received was that Yong Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yong Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yong Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. "That's right. I also heard that Miss Zhu also fell into your demonic hands?" Yong Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The 3 great monster king? It shouldn't be. They had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Qingxi? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hou Yu? Perhaps it was Hou Yu. Yong Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having 2 beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of 2, making others envious. Yong Kai said with an awkward expression, "Junior sister Yao, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip?" There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yao. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yong Kai would have some interest. Ji Yao looked at him with ridicule. "Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed?" "What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world." "That's not right." Yong Kai shook his head. "It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts. But taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic." "Is that so?" Ji Yao was expressionless. "So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties?" Yong Kai sternly said. "How would I dare not be satisfied?" Ji Yao slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, "Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future?" Yong Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. "Junior sister Yao, we really should change the topic." "Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse." Stopping in front of Yong Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yong Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Junior sister Yao, you're meddling too much." Ji Yao said, "If it was before, I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept junior sister into the sect, then junior sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our junior sister has a cold temperament and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her." "You're being unreasonable." Yong Kai frowned. Ji Yao sneered. "You don't mean what you say." Yong Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "How do I mean what I say?" "You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well." Yong Kai sized her up and sneered, "If Big Brother isn't wrong, junior sister, right now you're probably still a virgin." Ji Yao's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, Rogue. Yang Kai spread his hands. You were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me. I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man and have been bitterly cultivating in Iceheart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one? Ji Yao angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged. That's why, let's change the subject. Continuing to discuss it is meaningless. No. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. I used to think you were a good person, that even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid junior sister will still suffer in the future. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack. How can I tolerate it? Ji Yao's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat. I'm talking about you. Ji Yao. Yang Kai shouted. Don't go too far. I'm going too far. What can you do about it? Ji Yao raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment, she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her two full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first. He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Ji Yao didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, Great aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk. I won't let go. Ji Yao lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Something will happen. Ji Yao didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. I'm warning you one last time. Something will really happen. Yang Kai said with a serious face. Ji Yao remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore. There was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Ji Yao's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Ji Yao's eyes suddenly closed and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Ji Yao's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff, delicate body gradually relaxed and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened and her entire body leaned forward. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the cultivation method pavilion, the woman who had called Ji Yao martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The cultivation method pavilion had been cleared out, so now besides her guarding the door, only Ji Yao and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Iceheart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the cultivation method pavilion. Ji Yao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Ji Yao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Ji Yao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered. "Now what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you." Ji Yao said hatefully. "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man after all." Ji Yao said coldly, "The truth is right in front of you, and you still want to quibble." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct?" Ji Yao said yes. Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qingxi and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the cultivation technique pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qingxi received them, she reported, "Palace Master Li came over earlier and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you." "Where is he?" "He's in the discussion hall." "I'll go take a look." After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu Sanyang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly, they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. "Brother Li, are you looking for me for something?" They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, "This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think?" "Even if my Fire Dragon Palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the Fire Dragon Palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Dao Source Realm. Cultivators below the Dao Source Realm were useless. The cultivator from the Star Territory could already cultivate to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King Realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Dao Source Realm masters, It was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Yang Kai sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Yang Kai need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brother Li doesn't have any objections, right? No objections. No objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, "There's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible." "I'll go with you," Yang Kai said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood. Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces? This will also make it easier to communicate. All right, Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day, they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Yang Kai to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future, everyone was in a good mood and their attitude towards Yang Kai naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Yang Kai. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Yang Kai in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Yang Kai sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Yang Kai was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Yang Kai rest, but Yang Kai refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think?" The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" "Yes." Yang Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, The Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after Yang Kai destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a Monster King to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1 million people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoked some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Yang Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley, and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If Yang Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Yang Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood Yang Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since Yang Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness, so Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, "If Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help." He had just reached an agreement with Yang Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face, but, "Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "What does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my High Heaven Palace." Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Tao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.